Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. The indictment against former President Trump has been unsealed. Now his defense attorneys are preparing their defense. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the very latest from New York.
Or trial.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg alleges Mr. Trump falsified records about hush money payments that were made to bury potential damaging stories before the 2016 election. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen admitted to arranging one of those payments in coordination with the former president. Prosecutors say some reimbursement checks given to Cohen came directly from Trump's bank account.
That removes a layer or two of insulation between the former president and Cohen. What'll be really interesting is to see if there's documentary evidence and other evidence that tends to corroborate what the witnesses say.
Trump has denied the claims against him, and federal prosecutors previously declined to file charges. Legal experts expect Trump's attorneys to argue that the case is selective prosecution.
When you're going to bring on a charge against the former president of the United States, it needs to be solid. And I believe it was very underwhelming.
Mr. Trump faces separate investigations from the Justice Department and a Georgia grand jury. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And reactions still coming in to yesterday's arraignment for, actually Monday's arraignment for former President Trump on 34 felony charges dealing with business records. President Biden is not commenting on that event. White House correspondent Peter Doocy is following the latest on this story.
Was, of course, a brief by his senior members of his staff.
President Biden knows about Trump's case, but plans to continue to keep quiet.
He wakes up every morning thinking about the American people. He goes to bed every night thinking about the American people.
He's got a new headache, as the Office of the Director of National Intelligence today says about February's China spycraft, its flight over the United States does not appear to have provided critical new insights to the People's Republic of China. That line appears to contradict President Biden's comment about the spycraft because defense officials have been consistent for months. They took steps to reduce exposure of sensitive materials. But the president himself suggested they were able to stop exposure of sensitive materials.
Because we knew its path, we were able to protect sensitive sites against collection.
Montana Democratic Senator John Tester writes, "We knew all along that China's invasion of our airspace was no accident. There's nothing more important than keeping America safe, and I'll keep holding the Biden administration accountable to ensure Montanans' freedom and privacy are protected." A former defense secretary wonders why the spycraft wasn't shot down sooner.
Why? Was it simple bureaucratic incompetence on our side, or was the White House trying to make a policy decision not to do anything that might disrupt Anthony Blinken's meeting with the Chinese in Beijing?
White House officials, for now, do not see a need to correct the record.
Why did President Biden say about the China spycraft in February, "We were able to protect sensitive sites against collection," if that's not true?
I'm not going to go into or dive into any reporting. That's not something I'm going to do.
We're told it'll happen at some point, but President Biden and President Xi still have not spoken to each other since the China spy flight. And that has President Biden now relying on back channels. He had a phone call this week with Francis Macron, who was about to go to China and see Xi about that trip. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Thank you for that reporting, Peter Doocy there at the White House. Moving on now to an interview that Andrew Kraft did, our very own Andrew Kraft here with Live Now from Fox, speaking with a legal analyst about the breakdown of this indictment against former President Trump and that arraignment as well as the charges. Let's take a listen into that.
Ledger entries, these checks, it's all about invoices for about a year period. But what's most interesting, Andrew, is the statement of facts. And the statement of facts seems to be the glue that ties it all together. I see holes in the case, but I have to put it this way. It's the least sexy hush money to porn star case you could ever imagine in your life, which bodes well for a district attorney connecting the dots while talking to a jury.
Okay, but Andrew, you know, when Alvin Bragg had his press conference yesterday, he was asked, what is the underlying crime here? Is there something in New York state law that prevents him or prohibits him from establishing that? Does that not get established until this does go to trial?
I think you just asked the million-dollar question. In fact, I had a law clerk researching all day what Alvin Bragg said, because he didn't just say that. He expressly said the law does not require him to do it. He said it was a strategic ploy to do it. And I'm sure this is going to be an issue that goes before the judge. I will say that we found other cases historically where this had happened. And why is that? This 17510 doesn't say you had to have committed another crime. If it said you had to commit another crime, that would have required a charge to be able to prove they did that one. But all it says is it trumps up from a misdemeanor to a felony if you intended to do another crime. So the question is that subject to dismissal, or is just strategic by Bragg, forcing the defendant to bring a bill of particulars to learn more and get an amplification of the pleading? That's going to be a big battle before this judge, Andrew.
Yeah. What do you think, Andrew, of Trump's legal team? He added some new faces, some new figures in the run-up to the arraignment. Obviously, they have their work cut out for them. Are you impressed? Do they have this handled, do you think?
Oh, I don't know yet.
Okay.
You know, I always say names are wonderful, but let's see you in action. So at the end of the day, you know, a lot of times you go to these legal services like Westlaw or Lexis or Bloomberg, and they tell you, we'll tell you all about your adversaries. And I say, I don't care what their name is. I don't care what firm they're from. I want to see them on game day. That's what it's really all about. And really, we don't know, because an arraignment is just entering a plea of not guilty and moving on with your life. Let's see on motion round number 1. We hear they want to change venue to Staten Island. Let's see those arguments. Let's see how they go about if there's a gag order, which we could see happening based on Donald Trump's speech after the judge warned him. Let's see some actual legal work, and then I'll give you a real evaluation about them.
Yeah, that'll all be interesting once that plays out. You know, my next question, though, is, you know, essentially why the judge pushed this off until December. I mean, the next hearing is not till the 4th of December, Andrew. Like, don't they want to, you know, speed this up? Obviously, the Trump team wants to delay, but swift justice, is that not happening here?
Yeah, I think that's way long, but I will say 2 things about it. Number 1, there's some dates for them to be bringing applications and oppose the applications, these motions we're talking about. And so number 1, I think orderly, the judge knows that this is going to be, every leaf is going to be unturned for Donald Trump. They're going to be bringing not just dismissal motions on how we said void for vagueness on the constitutionality issue, not only saying we can't get an impartial jury and we need to go to Staten Island, but they're going to be doing suppression of all the evidence. And there's voluminous evidence. You can't forget that. Right. In New York, we have what's called automatic discovery in criminal cases. They're going to get from the criminal procedure law at 245.20, they're going to get all the documents, Andrew, and just to comb through them, write the motions. That's one reason. Number 2 is this judge got a whole nother docket. There's other people, there's other things going on. And unfortunately, the wheels of justice don't move as fast as we'd like. And as you pointed out, Trump's team is not going to be bringing a 30-30 motion and be saying, hey, we need to move this along faster. They're going to just delay too.
Yeah. Where do you foresee this? I know it's hard to predict and tell the future, though. And we've been bringing on legal experts like yourself. Some of them think this gets dismissed. Some of them think this doesn't even go to trial. Some of them think that you know, Donald Trump will really not have to face anything for this because they think it is weak. Do you think it's weak?
I think that it's novel. I don't know that it's weak.
Okay.
I think that it's very, very, very dry. And I wanted to get that across before. We wanted to have, wow, we wanted to have, he did this. The only kind of wow thing was the doorman with this having a child out of wedlock thing for $30,000. But what was interesting is the timing of everything. Like, let's delay the payment until after the election if we can. Let's let him out on, so it shows it wasn't about protecting Melania. But I'll say this to you about my assessment of the case. I don't think it's getting dismissed. I don't see a change of venue. I do see a gag order, but I'm not sure that they're convicting him because I don't know how you're going to get enough jurors unanimously, even if it stays in Manhattan, to believe Trump. People are so loyal to him to believe and vote against him. That's going to be their biggest problem.
Okay. Andrew, while we have you, there was a pretty big development in the
All right, folks. Thank you so much for listening in on that conversation with Andrew Kraft, speaking with a legal analyst there regarding former President Trump's arraignment. We're now moving on along to the Orlando area that's seen a series of brush fires in the recent days and weeks. This all coming as the spring break season is right here. It's right in the area. We now want to bring in Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She's speaking with us live out there in the Orlando area about this. Good morning, Amanda.
Over 18 right now. You can actually see some of the smoke behind me down the street. So the Florida Forest Service is staying tremendously busy. In fact, crews from all over the state, from the Panhandle and Ocala, are here to help tackle those flames from the ground and the air. Now, what started as part of this forest on Clyde Morris Boulevard in Daytona Beach quickly turned into a brush fire. The Doublegate fire that was once 100% contained at Tiger Bay State Forest reignited due to the dry conditions, and we're told that it was 100% contained at some point, but those containment lines around a swamp, well, didn't hold, and the fire jumped over those lines like the swamp wasn't even there. Now, the Florida Forest Service says the dry conditions are extremely dangerous, and they want everyone to take this seriously, especially with no significant rainfall in the forecast. Now, crews believe the dry conditions could worsen over the next couple of months, so they want everyone to be mindful that these conditions are ripe for fire. So if you're a smoker, do not throw out your cigarette on the ground, because even the tiniest spark can create a devastating fire. Reporting live in Volusia County, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
Absolutely, Amanda. Certainly a concerning issue, especially as folks are coming down to the Florida area for vacation. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Amanda McKenzie with Fox 35, taking a live look there in the Orlando area. Thank you. All right, folks, thanks so much for tuning in with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have very much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Speaker Kevin McCarthy held high-level talks with the Taiwanese president on U.S. soil, a bold and historic move by the speaker, which has angered China at a time when the relationship is already at a very big low. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on that.
A rare and historic meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen on U.S. soil. Met by both pro-Taiwan and pro-China protesters at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California, the move is seen as a boost to the self-governing island.
We are stronger when we are together. In our efforts to protect our way of life, Taiwan is grateful to have the United States of America by our side.
President Tsai has been on a trip across the U.S., meeting with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle.
I believe our bond is stronger now than at any time or point in my lifetime.
China condemned the meeting well before it took place and threatened countermeasures. The White House is also closely watching the meeting and what China decides to do about it, if anything. The administration maintains there is no change to the one China policy.
Beijing should not use the transits as an excuse to take any actions to ratchet up tensions.
Chinese state media reports already China is conducting patrols and inspections in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan says they are tracking a Chinese aircraft carrier to the southeast of the island. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And Speaker McCarthy spoke just yesterday as well on that same topic. We're going to bring up that press conference, that speech that the speaker had just yesterday. Here it is, right for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Remarks as part of our Center for Public Affairs programming. Of significant note, in 2021, Speaker McCarthy tweeted, and I quote, "Ronald Reagan is, in large part, the reason I am a Republican." So it is my privilege to invite to the microphone a long-standing friend of the Reagan Foundation, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, David. And he's 1 week on the job, and he already brought us together. Bipartisan. Well done. Look forward to much more greatness there. No better place to be seated today. And to the members behind me, thank you for coming. And if you notice, it's not members of one party.
And also giving.
The members here today make clear we take our support for the people of Taiwan seriously and are determined to speak with one voice. The relationship between the people of the United States and Taiwan have never been stronger in my lifetime. We had a very productive discussion with the President of Taiwan today. We covered the crucial ways to further our bonds. Based on our conversations, it's clear that there are several actions are necessary. First, we must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage. We live in a decisive moment in history and must act with urgency. Tension in the world are at this highest point since the end of the Cold War. As authoritarian leaders seek to use violence and fear to provoke needless conflict. The bond between the people of America and Taiwan is foundational and long-standing. Together, our people have weathered multiple crises and cooperated in important areas of technology, trade, and human rights. America must stay true to our values and remain consistent in our support for the people of Taiwan, who share America's people's desire to live in peace, freedom, and democracy. I felt our meeting today provided a greater peace and stability for the world. America's support for the people of Taiwan will remain resolute, unwavering, and bipartisan. It is my honor to introduce to you the next speaker to come before us, the chairman of the Democratic Party, a fellow colleague from California. And for all those with camera, please take the view behind us, because I don't think California has ever looked so beautiful. Congressman Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank President Tsai for the meaningful conversation today, and on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, we offered our continued partnership and cooperation as we seek to grow our economic ties. Speaker McCarthy, on behalf of this bipartisan delegation assembled behind us, I want to thank you for facilitating this meeting and for fostering this bipartisan engagement. In matters of foreign policy, as the Speaker mentioned, it's important for us to set aside partisanship and work together to promote our common interests and the interests of the free world. In the 40 years since the Taiwan Relations Act has passed, the partnership between the United States and Taiwan has been rooted in the pillars of security, shared economic interests, and democracy. I told President Tsai that the House Democrats will never abandon this relationship and will work hand in glove with the Biden administration to affirm our commitment, because we understand the unique role and vital role that Taiwan plays in the region. We welcome competition with the People's Republic of China, but do not seek conflict. The work we do in Congress will seek to promote the safety and security of the Indo-Pacific region while protecting American interests and the interests of our allies and partners. We look forward to this meeting and more meetings like this in the future, and the continued cooperation together. I want to thank the bipartisan nature of this delegation and introduce Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee of the Strategic Competition of the CCP.
Thank the Speaker. I thank all of my colleagues for being here today. What a special experience.
All right, folks, you've been listening in there to comments being made by officials, including House of Representatives Speaker Kevin McCarthy on his visit with the Taiwanese president in the United States just yesterday. We are going to take a short break, but when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll bring you all new content, live, raw, and unfiltered. You are taking a look at the Vatican this morning. Inside St. Peter's Basilica, Pope Francis led the first of two major holy ceremonies marking Maundy Thursday, part of several events marking the Holy Week leading up to Easter, celebrated by the world's more than 1 billion Catholics. The Pope's voice sounded strong during that Mass despite his bout of bronchitis that hospitalized the pontiff just days ago. He fortunately is out and recovering. Inmates at a juvenile prison on Rome's outskirts are waiting to meet the Pope later today, who will partake in the ceremonial foot washing that commemorates the final supper of Jesus before crucifixion. We are going to let you listen in a little bit to some of those ceremonies for just a minute here on Live Now from Fox before moving on to more coverage. All right, you've been listening in there to the services at Vatican City, just outside Rome, at the Maundy Thursday Mass at the Vatican again, ahead of Easter, which will be this Sunday. And we're moving on to continue our coverage about the indictment against former President Donald Trump, which has been unsealed. Now his attorneys are mounting their defense. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is following more on this story today.
The former president of falsifying business records. Judge Juan Merchan giving them until August 8th to file motions in the case. Prosecutors can then respond before the judge issues a ruling at the next hearing scheduled for later this year.
The first step as a defense attorney for Donald Trump is to look at the indictment, analyze the charges, and start thinking about how are we going to attack these charges even before trial.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg alleges Mr. Trump falsified records about hush money payments that were made to bury potential damaging stories before the 2016 election. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen admitted to arranging one of those payments in coordination with the former president. Prosecutors say some reimbursement checks given to Cohen came directly from Trump's bank account.
That removes a layer or two of insulation between the former president and Cohen. What'll be really interesting is to see if there's documentary evidence and other evidence that tends to corroborate what the witnesses say.
Trump has denied the claims against him, and federal prosecutors previously declined to file charges. Legal experts expect Trump's attorneys to argue that the case is selective prosecution.
When you're going to bring on a charge against the former president of the United States, it needs to be solid. And I believe it was very underwhelming.
Mr. Trump faces separate investigations from the Justice Department and a Georgia grand jury. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken says there is no doubt a Wall Street Journal reporter arrested by Russian authorities last week is being wrongfully detained. Still, the process to reach an official determination on his detention is pending. Fox News correspondent Greg Palkett has more from London.
In my own mind, there's no doubt that he's being wrongfully detained by Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken condemning the imprisonment of Wall Street Journal correspondent Evan Gershkovich. Blinken says the State Department is working through the formalities to label Gershkovich's arrest as an unlawful detention. The official resignation would unlock new resources, both diplomatic and legal, to try and get Gershkovich out of Russia, where he was arrested last week on charges of espionage.
We're going to continue to call for the release of Evan Gershkovich. As I said, these charges are ridiculous. Evan is not a spy.
Lawyers for Gershkovich visited him Tuesday for the first time. According to the Wall Street Journal, his legal team reports he is in good health and grateful for the outpouring of support from around the world. The newspaper has denied the charges, which could bring up to 20 years in prison, and Gershkovich is appealing his arrest. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin accused Western intelligence agencies of being involved in what he said were terrorist attacks in Russia.
Neo-Nazis and their accomplices operate not only on the territory of the new subjects of the Russian Federation, but also commit crimes in other regions.
A group of journalists started a social media campaign calling on the Jewish community to leave an empty seat at Passover Seder meals for Evan. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
And you're now taking a live look over the White House in Washington, D.C. as we move on to more coverage in the political spectrum. A pandemic-era law that helped uninsured Americans get health care coverage has now come to an end. Now states have a little over a year to determine who still qualifies to be in the Medicaid program, which means millions will be left without coverage. Again, Fox News chief international correspondent Steve Harrigan has more on what you need to know. Sorry, folks, we don't have that story pulled up right now. We are going to move on to continuing our coverage. Again, in Washington, House Republicans are now trying to find out what happened to billions of dollars in taxpayer funds designated for COVID relief, but perhaps improperly used by some entities. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel is reporting on that today.
To see how this money was spent.
Several prominent lawmakers are accusing some big blue states of using COVID relief money to promote a left-wing agenda in the schools. The chairs of House Oversight, House Education, and the Coronavirus Panel have written to Education Secretary Miguel Cardona demanding answers about using COVID funds for implicit bias training, environmental literacy, ethnic studies, LGBTQ+ cultural competency, and coaching of educators on racial slurs.
You've got a situation where they said, let's use this money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to push a radical new left-wing agenda.
An Education Department spokesperson says the department has received the letter and will review it. The California Department of Education, the largest school system in the country, responded, it is factually untrue that these funds were spent as the lawmakers suggested, quote, California's state plan reflects our investment of federal and state dollars to meet the most pressing needs facing our students, ensuring that they can read at grade level, supporting their mental health, and recruiting more teachers. Comer contends school officials are commingling the federal money with state funds when American students are still suffering from learning losses due to lengthy school shutdowns.
They're using taxpayer dollars to try to indoctrinate a left-wing agenda on our public school students when they need to be focused on teaching our students the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic.
These committee chairs say they would like to claw some of the money back on behalf of the taxpayers. It is not clear if they have the votes to do it. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And a pandemic-era lull that helped uninsured Americans get health care coverage has come to an end. Now states have a little over a year to determine who still qualifies to be in that Medicaid program, which means millions will be left without coverage again. Fox News Chief International Correspondent Steve Harrigan has more on what you need to know.
Starting this week, millions of Americans are at risk of losing their Medicaid coverage. During the pandemic, states were prohibited from kicking people off the low-income health insurance program. But after a 3-year pause, those rules have been lifted.
An additional about 20 million people gained coverage on Medicaid, through Medicaid, during the past 3 years. And we estimate that about 15 million people may lose coverage.
The pandemic-era declaration ends on May 11th, but states can start the process now. They have up to 14 months to remove people who don't qualify. But experts say the process could affect those who are still eligible, too.
Many people will be disenrolled even though they remain eligible, simply because they face administrative barriers with completing the renewal process. Maybe they don't get the notice in the mail. Maybe they get it, but it's not in a language they understand.
States will be sending out renewal notices to people whose eligibility will have to be determined. And they will have at least 30 days to respond to the request. Each state will have a slightly different process, but in general, they will want updates on things like income, address, and number of dependents. The information will come through the regular channels, by mail, phone, email, or by website for individuals who have set up online Medicaid accounts.
Don't ignore it. When you get that notice from the state, open it and take action.
Healthcare advocates say it's critical to reach out to your local Medicaid office. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that reporting. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. I do want to dip in right now to Fox weather. They've been covering both severe and deadly storms that happen across the South, in the Midwest as well over the past couple of weeks. And just yesterday, various serious storms going through the Missouri area that left several people dead. We're going to go ahead and dip into their coverage so you can take a listen. Live, raw, and unfiltered.
Likelihood from Corpus Christi up through Houston, San Antonio, Lufkin. That threat is going to shift eastward as we close out the week, Friday into early Saturday morning. Now we're watching lower Mississippi and into Louisiana, Big Easy, Baton Rouge. So just take your time, be aware of where you're driving, because it's kind of like that train track, right? So we see this system kind of stall, and we have this feed of moisture that's going to continue to bring these showers and thunderstorms really over the same areas. It's going to amount to rain piling up, could overwhelm storm drains, bring some downpours, street flooding. So take your time, Houston. This is what your forecast looks like as you go through the day today. As we go into tomorrow, that threat is slowly shifting off to the east. We're still going to see some heavy rain to start the morning, especially in Houston, as we go into the commute. Now, as we go into the weekend, we'll finally start to see a lot of that begin to shift across the southeast. So Louisiana, Mississippi, we're expecting to see a bit more in the way of rain. And especially on Sunday, we'll watch Georgia very, very closely, because we do have some showers that will bring in some very heavy rain Saturday into Saturday night. Come Sunday, whether or not all that rain shifts to the south, we'll have to keep our eyes on that forecast very closely. And the reason for that is, well, it's the Masters, the golf tournament, one of the top events in golf, the most prestigious, most widely anticipated, and most viewed golf event of the year. Also one of my favorites. The allure of the winning of the green jacket looms large in Georgia, and we're keeping an eye on the weather there this weekend, but we want to know a little more about the tournament. So let's bring in our expert Outkick writer Dan Zakrzewski.
All right, you've been listening in to Fox Weather there. They were discussing the serious and severe storms that happened across the South and the Midwest just yesterday. We are going to continue our regular news coverage as we continue throughout the morning. 7:48 now on the East Coast, 4:48 in the morning on the West Coast. And just yesterday, Kevin McCarthy, House Speaker, spoke with the president of Taiwan in a very important meeting. We're going to dip into live coverage that we have pre-recorded of discussions that we've had with folks, experts that are breaking down this very important story. We're going to bring that up for you very soon.
Even happening with national security expert Hal Kempfer. And Hal, good to see you. I know we were kind of anticipating this offline. You were talking to me about let's talk about this. This is very important. But it is, I don't think, a secret, and maybe it is to some of the viewers, that Taiwan right now, Hal, is losing allies worldwide. Just last weekend, it lost Honduras. Honduras going to China's side. So there's a lot of switching going on. What are we to make of that? Why is that happening right now?
Andrew, it's a kind of interesting thing that I spent a lot of years running around the Pacific, shall we say, going to various Pacific Island nations, and there was still a legacy going back from the 1950s, 60s, early 70s, where Taiwan, which represented the Kuomintang, the Republic of China government, was recognized as the legitimate government of all of China, even though since 1949, that entire government has been centered on Taiwan. And of course, Communist China, or the CCP, the Communist, the Communist China's People's Party, which is mainland China, they actually do control China. Now, we switched in the 1970s to what has essentially become what we call the One China policy, where we recognize that China, the PRC, the People's Republic of China, does represent China. They sit in the United Nations. They're the ones that sit in the permanent seat in the Security Council of the United Nations. We recognize that, but we also recognize the separate nature of Taiwan, and there is a certain amount of strategic ambiguity there. in terms of what we'll do. Now, President Biden's made it very clear that we will defend Taiwan. All right. With that, though, around the Pacific and in certain other countries like Central America, for example, there were still the official embassy for China was Taiwan, was the Republic of China. And they just lost that. They lost it recently in Solomons. They've lost it, this last week in the Honduras. And this was kind of shore up their base, if you will. They went to those countries, Belize, Guatemala, that still recognize the Republic of China as representing China and basically shoring up that relationship. Doing so, this transit thing where they transit through New York and then they transit up through Los Angeles. And those of us look on the map here, those aren't straight lines, okay? There's a little bit of, we all kind of know that they don't have to go through Los Angeles to get to back to Taipei. Same thing with New York is not the straightest path from Taipei to Belize, for example. These transit trips are to meet U.S. congressmen, senior leaders in the U.S., and of course to shore up that relationship there, and that's kind of what you see. It's a political trip, is what it is.
Okay, Hal, we are getting some reaction in from the Chinese embassy. I want to read this. They say the Chinese ambassador. Or a spokesman, rather, I would like to reiterate that the Chinese side strongly opposes any form of official interaction between the U.S. and Taiwan, strongly opposes any visit to the U.S. by the leader of the Taiwan authorities, regardless of the rationale or pretext, and strongly opposes all forms of contact of the U.S. officials with the Taiwan authorities. So, China does not abide by this. China does not abide by Taiwanese leaders doing any diplomacy with anyone. So how will they respond? How will they react? And why do they take this approach?
Well, they have a little subtle language they use today. We say one China policy. They use the term one China principle. Not a subtle distinction. It wasn't a mistake of language by any means. What they're saying is they view Taiwan as this kind of rogue province, and they see the president of Taiwan as kind of this rogue governor of that rogue province. And they believe that everything dealing with Taiwan should go through Beijing. And that's not what we've agreed to. It's not what most nations in the world have agreed to. And so they take this, they've been using the term principle instead of policy. And this is a shift. But everyone's avoiding that type of language, and they've been backing it up. Yesterday they were flying across the air defense zone. They just sent a carrier task force, and keep in mind their carriers are a little bit smaller, or quite a bit smaller than our carriers. But a carrier task force just went off the Taiwanese coast to make a statement there. And also they've announced something that hasn't got as much attention as it should, that they're going to start stopping ships going through the Taiwan Straits. Now, this is international waterway, a very busy international waterway, which they claim as their waters. And so they're going to start doing stops of ships transiting those waters. And that's probably the one to watch for, because we're not quite sure where that will end and what sort of potential confrontation that could lead to. So they are taking, it's beyond the language to more substantive acts that they're doing. They also did a major exercise, a military exercise last weekend. They didn't do it like with Pelosi's visit, where they did it concurrent with the visit, but they have made a number of military exercises or operations, military maneuvers, if you will, to express their dissatisfaction beyond the very heavy rhetoric that they've been using.
Yeah, and Hal, we just showed our viewers kind of that bilateral press conference there. So what do you think happens next? Because one of the main concerns is that China is becoming ever more belligerent and bellicose when it comes to Taiwan, so much so that U.S. officials are worried about all-out war. So much so President Biden has said several times that he will use the U.S. military to defend Taiwan, going even beyond the one China policy and the strategic ambiguity that has been in place for some 25, 30 years. So would you categorize or characterize the U.S. policy toward Taiwan in flux right now? Does it need to be meted out a little bit more?
Well, it is in flux. I would say it's at different levels. For example, Ukraine. and China's backing of Russia. That's one area, and that's where you find tremendous unity throughout Europe and elsewhere with the U.S. in terms of how we deal with China on that issue, putting pressure on them not to send weapons. On the other hand, you see today President Macron and a very distinguished group of French businessmen and officials are in China, the PRC, on an official trip, and they've been talking about not ratcheting back cooperation and investment with China. So there's that other level there too. And even ours, you may see a reaction, which is very typical. We do what's called FONs, or freedom of navigation exercises, where we will take U.S. ships and we will run through the Taiwan Strait, particularly with this announcement that they're going to be stopping ships in the Taiwan Strait. And they haven't said they're going to stop warships or other Navy ships, but we may kind of push that a little bit just to make a statement that we don't recognize their authority to do that. And we may react if any of our ships are stopped in those waterways. That's one of the things you're going to see. And you may see things a little bit further afield.
Okay.
We have just tightened up our relationship with the Philippines.
Right.
You may see some joint patrols and things like that. So that's kind of what I foresee.
All right. Hal, thank you so much for your context and insight into this pretty big visit today. Remember, there was talk a couple of weeks ago that Speaker McCarthy would go to Taiwan. That was kind of scuttled there. And so now Tsai Ing-wen visiting California today, and we'll see any more fallout from this trip. Hal, thanks so much. See you again. Let's talk about this even further.
Now, as the San Francisco Bay Area mourns the loss of a tech executive, we have our very own LiveNOW's Lexi Petrovic, who spoke with a reporter there on the ground with KTVU. We're going to dip into her coverage there and what they know about this killing right now.
About the stabbing death of a tech executive in San Francisco. Bob Lee, the former chief technology officer for Square and the founder of Cash App, was stabbed and killed on Tuesday. I want to go out live now to Fox 2's Brooks DeRose, who's joining us here. Brooks, do police have any leads here, any suspects in this?
Not yet, and they remain pretty tight-lipped, but neighbors here on Main Street, not far from the Bay Bridge, say that this morning this sidewalk I'm standing on was wet because they were washing away blood. Since then, it's become a place where people have placed flowers and also come to reflect and remember a person they say made a big difference in the tech world and the community. It was just after 2:30 in the morning Tuesday. San Francisco paramedics and police found a man stabbed several times in the city's Rican Hill neighborhood.
I could just see this road blocked off with several cop cars and a few other cars down there.
This is just beyond comprehension.
Main Street is now a place of mourning and mystery. No arrests, no word of any suspects. The victim, tech executive Bob Lee. He was rushed to the hospital where he died.
It's a tragic situation. Paying our respects is the least we can do.
43-year-old Lee was well accomplished, the first chief technology officer at Square and the creator of Cash App, a mobile payment service. His father posting on Facebook saying, "I just lost my best friend, my son. Bobby worked harder than anyone and was the smartest person I have ever known."
For someone who contributed so much, who was a founder, a creator, I'm really, really shocked and upset, and I feel unsafe.
This is a senseless tragedy, and obviously it's made worse by the knowledge that right now there is no suspect in custody.
San Francisco Supervisor Matt Dorsey says he's heard the calls to curb crime.
If you know something or are aware of something, say something.
Managers in security at 2 condo communities tell me surveillance cameras captured the final moments Lee struggled to find help. That video has since been turned over to investigators. But hearts are heavy. Lee's brother posting, "I was so fortunate to grow up with him, and I feel like I've lost part of myself." The district attorney promising the family accountability.
I am devastated for them. And that as the top law enforcement officer in this city and county, I will ensure if somebody is arrested for this crime that we prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
But it won't bring back the man many call a visionary in the tech world. Lee's boss, the CEO of cryptocurrency startup MobileCoin, tweeted, "Bob's energy was infectious. He made friends everywhere he went. One of the things that made him truly special was his capacity to dream big and to summon those big crazy dreams into our world. Bob summoned the future into the present." Now, Lee leaves behind 2 daughters. He also recently moved to Miami, Florida to live with his father. He was only in town for a couple of days. Now, police, I'm told, do have some pretty good leads, but they haven't said much to us other than this is an active and ongoing investigation. Lexi?
So tragic, Brooks. There's been such an outpouring of messages on social media, especially from those in the tech world. What have you learned about the impact he's made, especially on that community?
Well, just like some of them have mentioned, as you saw in that piece there, I mean, he was really sort of this visionary, this person that had a lot of big ideas and he wasn't afraid to chase them. And it speaks to some of his success, things like Cash App that people use every single day here.
Yeah, thanks so much. Fox 2's Brooks Duroz reporting there in San Francisco. Appreciate that update, Brooks.
And thank you to Lexi Petrovich and the folks over at KTVU, our Fox affiliate, Fox station there in the San Francisco area, for that coverage. We're now moving along as authorities in Florida are investigating 3 separate shootings that left 3 teenagers dead just last week.
Team player and an amazing athlete. And of course, being that she was only 16 years old, we know she was on the cusp.
Now they believe that they are connected to, tied into, quote, wannabe gang activity. Multiple suspects are under investigation and the arrest is imminent. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton spoke with our very own Josh Breslow here with Live Now from Fox. We're going to listen in to their conversation.
Teenagers in Florida over a span of about 3 days, and it does appear they could be connected, but we are working to gather the latest information. CB Cotton with Fox News is following this story and joins us live here. CB, what sparked this case?
Well, Josh, thanks so much for having me. First, I want to add right off the top that this morning, the sheriff of Marion County, where all this occurred, he came on Fox News and he said, he was asked rather, whether or not an arrest is imminent in this case, and the sheriff replied yes. So that's some good news in these tragic circumstances. But this all started some 60 miles northwest of Orlando with a gruesome discovery of a 16-year-old girl who had been shot and essentially left to die on the side of the road. When officers found this young girl's body, she was immediately taken to the hospital, where sadly she died earlier this week. We're learning more about who this young girl was. Friends identified her as Layla Silvernail. This information from a GoFundMe page. On that page, she's described as the definition of a team player and an amazing athlete. And of course, being that she was only 16 years old, we know she was on the cusp of adulthood. These are just heartbreaking circumstances that we're learning more about.
And we do know that some other teens were found. Was it with gunshot wounds?
Josh, that's correct. And we may have a map that we can pull up and show our viewers right now. I want to walk us through this because this is kind of complex, the way these teens were discovered. Last Thursday night, officers say Layla was shot and left near a dumpster on a rural county road. And then on Friday morning, a 17-year-old teen boy was found dead with a gunshot wound less than a mile away from where Layla was found. And then some 9 miles away, officers were looking for Layla's car. They found it submerged inside a lake. The shocking discovery inside the car, a third victim, a teen girl who had been shot and killed. So obviously, just very heartbreaking to learn these details. 3 young lives taken.
And so one of the big questions, of course, is do we know if these victims actually knew each other, if they were acquainted?
Josh, the sheriff says the victims were friends and that they were together before they died. Right now, he's pointing the finger at wannabe gang activity. That's his exact phrase, wannabe gang activity. And he's saying this may have played a role, and we pressed the sheriff on what this means. And he basically explained this is a term he likes to use, some of his officers like to use, and it describes a gang structure that isn't very defined. It lacks the hierarchy that you see within the ranks of established gang groups. And, you know, sadly, the rumor mill has been working really diligently in this case. The sheriff has even taken to social media to try to dispel some of those rumors. Right now, he's saying there is no evidence of a serial killer or killers. He also says right now there's no evidence to indicate that, he says, rather, let me correct myself. He says right now their evidence indicates that all the teens, again, were together before they died, and that they likely were all shot around the same time, and their bodies were taken to different places. So that's what we're hearing right now from the sheriff.
All right. And do we know at this point, I mean, you kind of said that the sheriff sounds like he's saying that an arrest is imminent, so to speak. So do we know how this case is playing out with investigators right now? How many detectives are working this case, what they're doing?
Well, right now the sheriff says that their evidence is pointing to, leading them to believe that multiple suspects are involved. Yesterday, we did do a one-on-one interview with the sheriff, and I asked him whether or not drugs played a role in this case, and he said he couldn't comment. So that's another tidbit that I want to add into our conversation. But right now, he says it looks like multiple suspects are involved, and they're putting a lot of manpower towards this case. We know 15 detectives are assigned, and the sheriff says those detectives are combing through digital and forensic evidence. Another thing he added yesterday in our conversation is that, you know, sometimes it takes a bit for them to comb through some of this evidence, particularly digital evidence, whether that is phones or other electronics. He didn't elaborate on, but we do know from, you know, other criminal cases that if they are having to look through some of that digital evidence, maybe it's phones, it can take some time to get permissions and access and things like that. So more to come as we continue to follow this horrific crime story that has really captured a lot of attention, not only in Florida, but across the entire nation, and even globally too.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a mystery at this point and a lot left to figure out. Thank you so much, CB Cotton there with Fox News. We appreciate it as always.
And we thank so much to Josh Breslow as well as CB Cotton there for their reporting. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We are going to head to an interview that our very own Lexi Petrovich did with folks over in Los Angeles with the Fox team there about new efforts from the city of Los Angeles to deter homelessness. Let's take a listen.
Our next story takes us to Los Angeles, where the city is trying out a new tactic to deter the homeless population from setting up camp at the metro station. For more on this, we're being joined live now by Fox 11's Phil Schuman. Hey, Phil, tell us a little bit more about this new tactic, and is it working?
Well, Metro says it is. We'll get into that, Lexi. Almost 1 million people here in Southern California rely on the Metro system every weekday, either the bus or the subway. Safety is the #1 concern. Crime is up, and that is a problem. So with this one particular Metro stop near LA's historic MacArthur Park, they're trying something a little bit different. Listen closely as the trains come and go from Metro's Westlake MacArthur Park station. That's classical music being played through the speakers.
It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It gives me anxiety. It like my heart races.
It's not for pleasure. The idea is to keep people like Queen moving, keep people from loitering, sleeping. The thinking is the music is only pleasant for brief spurts. Makes sense to regular riders like Jacob Moreno.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's, I find it like a bit peaceful, but I understand the reason why we have it. It's reasonable, but at the same time, everybody deserves their shut-eye.
Metro says the music just one part of an overall plan to improve safety, including additional security cameras, new lighting, fencing to restrict entry. The agency, faced with an increase in crime and decrease in ridership, says it's working. The pilot program, begun here at the start of the year, is intended to prevent issues before they occur. Early results show that incidents of graffiti, vandalism, loitering, and trash cleanup incidents have decreased by more than 50%. Very sensitive to criticism, Metro tells me they've actually lowered the volume. Again, in the time we were there, it was barely audible. Some people think the music is cruel.
Well, everyone has their own different perspective, but the thing is that if you've seen how it is down here, it's just a bunch of drug addicts, crackheads, and everything, so I understand why they're doing it, because it kind of it disturbs them, because if you actually be down here, dude, trust me.
It's quite an experience.
Yeah, it's actually, it's horrible if you actually be here, in the nighttime.
So back live, Lexi, if you don't live in Southern California or Los Angeles, you may not even realize there is a subway system here, but there is, and it has issues. And they're trying to fix them. And you might wonder, why we're not standing in front of the Westlake MacArthur Park subway station or down in the station where the music's playing. It's just simply not safe for a TV camera crew with the attention that we sometimes generate to be in that location. And so it's a huge issue here in Southern California. This is just one example of the things they're trying to do to make it better, safer, and more welcoming, Lexi.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. And of course, safety is always the priority. So obviously, homelessness is such a huge issue in so many cities. How did they even come up with this idea to begin with?
Well, it's been done in other mass transit systems, most notably Portland with mixed results. Also, you may have seen stories in the past in Texas and here in Southern California. The 7-Eleven chain plays classical music to keep homeless people from loitering outside their store. But in those cases, it's pretty loud, and I'm not sure whether it was because they knew we were there today reporting on this, or whether there was a problem with the system. But this was not like music that was blasting that would make you uncomfortable to stay in one place. I mean, as I mentioned in that story, you could barely hear it. So their claims of this huge success, without really the statistics to back it up, I'd like to look a little bit further into that.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, Fox 11's Phil Schuman live in Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Phil.
Okay.
Our next story takes us to Los Angeles, where the city...
And companies specializing in technical work like plumbing, construction, and electrical are having a hard time finding people to fill those open positions, and the need is getting bigger with more federal money going to infrastructure projects around the country. Fox News multimedia reporter Jake Carlexis has more from Seattle on this story.
Companies are seeing more older skilled trade workers retire, but there aren't enough young people training to fill the open roles, leaving more supply than demand. Full Speed Plumbing has an opening for a new apprentice, but manager Bo McKenzie says it's been tougher than normal to find the right candidate.
Getting the ones fresh out of high schools is few and far between, and you really got to watch for the right ones and try to draw them in.
And that's because there are fewer candidates. According to online recruiting platform Handshake, technical companies saw an average of 10 applications for each open job in 2020 and just 5 on average last year.
There's that systemic stigma that students shouldn't go the pathway of working with their hands and going into the trades. And that's unfortunate.
McKenzie usually looks for someone on the younger side who can grow within the company.
There's no competition for management positions and training positions and leadership positions. So there's a really good opportunity for smart young guys coming in if they're willing to just put in a few years.
Sommerfeld says more work needs to be done to recruit and properly train younger workers.
If we want to make an investment into our future, we really need to put our money where our mouth is and get these students and the educators the machines that they need, the training that they need.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts 1.7 million infrastructure workers will either retire or leave their job every year until 2031. In Mount Vernon, Washington, Jake Carlexis, Fox News.
And thank you so much for that reporting there, Jake. Moving on now, America's oldest auto show is revving up today in the Big Apple, paving an exciting road ahead for the industry. Fox business correspondent Madison Alworth has more from New York.
Vehicles within Ford, like this Mustang. Yeah, absolutely. So we're set up now as 3 separate businesses.
First performance Mustang in over 20 years. Out of all the automakers here at the show, Ford is unique because they separate out their different divisions when reporting revenue. So we can now see that the EV sector is on track to lose the company $3 billion this year. The gas vehicles propping them up. Ford says they are committed to an electric future, but what about gas vehicles?
Do you still feel like there is a prioritization of the gas vehicles within Ford, like this Mustang? Yeah, absolutely. So we're set up now as 3 separate business units. Each of those business units is charged with making a viable business. So growing, making profit for the company, and Blue, I think, has a huge opportunity. Mustang in particular has a huge opportunity to continue growth, and in particular to attract this next generation of enthusiasts.
The Dark Horse is not available until this summer, so I wanted to leave you with something that's available right now. This is the Mustang Mach-E, and I'm going to get in for a test drive. Going to make sure I buckle up because this thing has quite the pickup. Buckling in for safety before I send it back to you. I'm Madison Alworth in New York, Fox Business. See you next time. Oh my God!
Well, that was a wild ride, it looks like there. Thank you so much for that reporting over at the New York International Auto Show. Time now, 8:20 on the East Coast, 5:20 in the morning for everybody waking up on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. See you back here in just 2 minutes.
To attract this next generation of enthusiasts.
The dark horse is not available until this summer, so I wanted to leave you with something that's available right now. This is the Mustang Mach-E, and I'm going to get in for a test drive. Gonna make sure I buckle up because this thing has quite the pickup. Buckling in for safety before I send it back to you. I'm Madison Allworth in New York, Fox Business. See you next time. Oh my God.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox at the Vatican this morning. Inside St. Peter's Basilica, Pope Francis led the first of two major holy ceremonies marking Maundy Thursday. It's all part of several events marking the Holy Week leading up to Easter, celebrated by the world's more than 1 billion Catholics. The Pope's voice sounded strong during the Mass despite his bout of bronchitis that hospitalized the pontiff just days ago. He's fortunately back out of the hospital and is recovering. Inmates at a juvenile prison on Rome's outskirts are awaiting to meet the Pope later, who will partake in the foot-washing ceremony that commemorates the final supper of Jesus before crucifixion. We're going to let you all take a listen into this event that happened earlier this morning at the Vatican, just for a few moments of this beautiful sight there. All right, you've been listening in there to a mass being held at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, just again inside Rome there, just ahead of Easter Sunday, which is coming up in just a couple of days. And we are moving on now to continue our coverage of the latest visit of Taiwanese president to the United States, meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader is following that story for us today.
Now, the Chinese embassy here sent messages to the individual members of Congress who are part of this delegation, calling the visit a serious provocation.
This U.S. military plane that touched down in Taiwan overnight is a threat to peace and stability, says China. And the U.S. lawmakers who were on board were told so in no uncertain terms.
We all received sort of threatening texts. You know, there was talk about a Chinese escort in the air, but that's just really intimidation, saber rattling.
Saber rattling because China lays claim to Taiwan and has escalated its threats recently. This U.S. delegation met with Taiwan's vice president just as Taiwan's president was making her own statement, visiting the U.S. and meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
China can never tell us what to do. As Speaker of the House, I'm going to meet with whoever we want to meet with whatever country.
We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat. And the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated.
China called the meeting a grave mistake and promised a response. Back at the White House, where the administration has been trying to avoid any perceived provocations with China, there was a clear no comment about the U.S. commitment to defend Taiwan.
We've answered this question multiple times. I don't have anything else to share.
Now, President Biden has said a number of times that the U.S. would defend Taiwan if China attacked, but each time the White House has tried to walk back that message. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that reporting, Doug Luzader there with Fox News. And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy also addressed the public on this very topic just yesterday. We're going to listen in to his remarks made then.
Thank you, David. And he's 1 week on the job, and he already brought us together. Bipartisan. Well done. Look forward to much more greatness there. No better place to be seated today. And to the members behind me, thank you for coming. And if you notice, it's not members of one party. We're here united together in a very important issue. I want to thank all of you for being here as well. It's great to be joined by so many members of both parties at the Reagan Library. And it is a fitting place to have such a discussion, given President Reagan's commitment to the people of Taiwan. President Reagan's 6 assurances serves as the backbone of our relationship with the people of Taiwan. The members here today make clear we take our support for the people of Taiwan seriously and are determined to speak with one voice. The relationship between the people of the United States and Taiwan have never been stronger in my lifetime. We had a very productive discussion with the President of Taiwan today. We covered the crucial ways to further our bonds. Based on our conversations, it's clear that there are several actions are necessary. First, we must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage. We live in a decisive moment in history and must act with urgency. Tension in the world are at this highest point since the end of the Cold War. As authoritarian leaders seek to use violence and fear to provoke needless conflict. The bond between the people of America and Taiwan is foundational and long-standing. Together, our people have weathered multiple crises and cooperated in important areas of technology, trade, and human rights. America must stay true to our values and remain consistent in our support for the people of Taiwan, who share America's people's desire to live in peace, freedom, and democracy. I felt our meeting today provided a greater peace and stability for the world. America's support for the people of Taiwan will remain resolute, unwavering, and bipartisan. It is my honor to introduce to you the next speaker to come before us, the chairman of the Democratic Party, a fellow colleague from California. And for all those with camera, please take the view behind us, because I don't think California has ever looked so beautiful. Congressman Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank President Tsai for the meaningful conversation today, and on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, we offered our continued partnership and cooperation as we seek to grow our economic ties. Speaker McCarthy, on behalf of this bipartisan delegation assembled behind us, I want to thank you for facilitating this meeting and for fostering this bipartisan engagement. In matters of foreign policy, as the Speaker mentioned, it's important for us to set aside partisanship and work together to promote our common interests and the interests of the free world. In the 40 years since the Taiwan Relations Act has passed, the partnership between the United States and Taiwan has been rooted in the pillars of security, shared economic interests, and democracy. I told President Tsai that the House Democrats will never abandon this relationship and will work hand in glove with the Biden administration to affirm our commitment, because we understand the unique role and vital role that Taiwan plays in the region. We welcome competition with the People's Republic of China, but do not seek conflict. The work we do in Congress will seek to promote the safety and security of the Indo-Pacific region while protecting American interests and the interests of our allies and partners. We look forward to this meeting and more meetings like this in the future, and the continued cooperation together. I want to thank the bipartisan nature of this delegation and introduce Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee of the Strategic Competition of the CCP.
Thank the Speaker. I thank all of my colleagues for being here today. What a special experience. President Reagan once said, if some of you fear taking a stand because you're afraid of reprisals, recognize that you're just feeding the crocodile, hoping that he will eat you last. Watching some of the coverage leading up to President Tsai's visit, I've been thinking about Reagan's crocodile. Some who failed to learn from decades of CCP behavior have been wringing their hands, wondering if we're being too provocative. But I would submit to you that if the duly elected leader of one of our most important Democratic partners can't meet with American leaders on American soil, then we're merely feeding the crocodile that will eventually eat us. We must not be intimidated. And Speaker McCarthy and this bipartisan delegation are here today to send a simple message, and that's we are not afraid. We support our friends in Taiwan. We're going to keep saying that whenever we have the opportunity, and we're going to turn those words into action this Congress, bipartisan action, because Taiwan is a small but very bright candle burning at the edge of a vast authoritarian darkness. It's a testament to something President Reagan said in front of the Brandenburg Gate. He said, there stands before the entire world one great and inescapable conclusion. Freedom leads to prosperity. Freedom replaces the ancient hatreds among nations with comedy and peace. Freedom is the victor. And with that, I am proud to introduce my good friend and ranking member on the Select Committee on the CCP, Raja Krishnamurthy.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Speaker McCarthy, for convening this bipartisan meeting. Thank you, Chairman Aguilar, for leading our House Democratic Caucus, being present. Thank you to all of my fellow members. And of course, thank you to the Reagan Foundation for hosting us in a wonderful visit. We had a wonderful set of meetings with President Tsai, and it reminded me of something that actually President Reagan said 40 years ago at the 40th founding of the United Nations. he asked the following question. He said, what kind of a people do we want to be 40 years from now? Well, today, we can agree with what he said should be the answer, which is that we want to be a free people, firm in the conviction that freedom is not the sole prerogative of a chosen few, but rather the entitlement of all of God's children. In that regard, Taiwan deserves to be free. Taiwan's people deserve freedom, and they have earned that right. The CCP has promised that if they reunify with Taiwan, they will provide a one China, two systems policy. In Hong Kong, we've seen such a policy in name being implemented. Unfortunately to us, and to many others, it looks like a one China, one system policy. And freedom, unfortunately, has not been compatible with that one system. And so that's why our bond with the Taiwanese people is unshakable. We will always support them in defending their freedom. And to our strategic competitors in the CCP, we say to them with one voice, we do not want war. We don't want a cold war. We don't want a hot war. We don't want any hostilities whatsoever. We want peace. We are a peace-loving people, but we want a durable peace, and we must deter aggression at all costs. We must peacefully resolve all differences between and among us at the bargaining table. So with that said, I want to say thank you so much. And I want to now welcome Chairman Smith of the Ways and Means Committee to address us.
This is such a special day, being at the Reagan Library, but it's a special occasion, and we have to thank Speaker McCarthy for organizing this event and each one of our colleagues that's here, Republicans and Democrats. It shows how important this is to our nation and how important it is to Congress that we were able to have such a constructive bilateral conversation with the President of Taiwan, talking about our relationship from an economic perspective, but also from a security perspective, and the results of how we can continue to partner and work together moving forward. I think there's going to be a lot of benefits from this meeting. Happy to give all the tough questions to Speaker McCarthy.
Before we begin questions, let me just say one thing. I want to thank all the members who came. They came from different parts of the country, from different parties, from different committees, with one goal. That's to bring peace throughout the world, but bring a greater foster of a relationship with the people of Taiwan. I respect the job that you're all going to do, but let me put one caveat for you. Today was a very important day on the subject we talked about. I know you'll try to ask me questions about a lot of other subjects. Leave that for another day. Today I'll only entertain questions about this meeting and with here. Yes? We'll give you microphones too, so you can be heard.
Thank you so much. Andrea Mitchell from NBC News. And it's remarkable to see this bipartisan gathering. And I was at the Brandenburg Gate with President Reagan and covered that, so this is quite a moment. Let me ask you, do you worry, Mr. Speaker, that you will escalate tensions with Beijing?
No, it's not our intention to escalate. We want to continue to build and foster democracy and freedom. And there should be no fear. I mean, the uniqueness here, what I would think around the world, not very often does the world see Republicans and Democrats standing together on one issue. You know, when I first became Speaker, I sat down with Leader Hakeem, and we talked about this issue. And I said, I think some of the...
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy speaking as the Taiwanese president has made her way over to California, and that's where they were. This is actually from yesterday here, but pretty important stuff, as this did raise tensions with China just a little bit there. So let's take that commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about some news out of Central Florida and possibly banning TikTok. It's a big deal, and it's been in the news quite a bit, so stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at New York City, taking a look at the Empire State Building as they start the day there in the Big Apple. But for this next story, we're going to turn our attention southward into Central Florida, with states across the country and leaders in Washington calling for a ban on social media app TikTok. The clock is ticking on how soon a ban will expand into Florida. Our Fox 35 Orlando team is in contact with leaders at the university at Central Florida this morning ahead of their announcement on their TikTok policy moving forward. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live with the latest details. And Amanda, good morning to you. What can you tell us right now?
Well, so far the controversy is really surrounding TikTok's ability to gather data. And in February, Governor Ron DeSantis became involved pushing for more safeguards. Now, so far, several universities have banned the popular app. University of Florida, Florida State University, and the University of South Florida. That means students must disconnect from the school's Wi-Fi if they want to continue using TikTok on campus. New College of Florida and the University of West Florida also announced bans against TikTok. In an email sent to students and staff at the new college, it says in part, quote, "By using the app, you are agreeing to allow TikTok to collect sensitive information such as keystroke patterns, rhythms, and biometric identifiers such as facial recognition, fingerprints, and voice prints." One digital expert says it's a calculated move.
Of some of these Chinese-owned apps, they may just be staying ahead of the curve given how much government funding comes into them.
A TikTok spokesperson wrote in a statement that TikTok has taken unprecedented actions to address national security concerns, going on to say the best way to address concerns about national security is with the transparent U.S.-based protection of U.S. user data and systems with robust third-party monitoring, vetting, and verification, which we are already implementing. Now, Florida's proposed digital Bill of Rights introduced by DeSantis in February is being considered by lawmakers. The governor also says it's to protect Floridians' digital rights and privacy from big tech companies. We have a complete list of the other social media apps that are also banned on our website, fox35orlando.com. Reporting live this morning, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
Well, we will see where things go with that app. Amanda McKenzie, thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it. All right, it's 8:46 on the East Coast, 5:46 over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take our last commercial break of the hour, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to get into here, right here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:48 on the East Coast, 5:48 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us as we go through all the stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside at New York City. That is a live look there at the Empire State Building. I did put that up earlier, but it's kind of a beautiful shot in between those two buildings right there. So I like to take a shot there and take a look at New York City as they start the day there. Not sure what all that smoke is rising up there, but could be a little fog, maybe a little smog, who knows. But we'll dip in there and take a look around the country with all our live cams that we do have access to here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get into some of the big stories of the day here. Talking about a special visit here. Tensions are escalating with China this morning after a bipartisan congressional delegation landed in Taiwan overnight. Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning, where the Chinese embassy is warning U.S. lawmakers.
The Chinese embassy here sent messages to the individual members of Congress who are part of this delegation, calling the visit a serious provocation.
This U.S. military plane that touched down in Taiwan overnight is a threat to peace and stability, says China. And the U.S. lawmakers who were on board were told so in no uncertain terms.
We all received sort of threatening texts. There was talk about a Chinese escort in the air, but that's just really intimidation, saber rattling.
Saber rattling because China lays claim to Taiwan and has escalated its threats recently. This U.S. delegation met with Taiwan's vice president just as Taiwan's president was making her own statement, visiting the U.S. and meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
China can never tell us what to do. As Speaker of the House, I'm going to meet with whoever we want to meet with whatever country.
We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat, and the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated.
China called the meeting a grave mistake and promised a response. Back at the White House, where the administration has been trying to avoid any perceived provocations with China, there was a clear no comment about the U.S. commitment to defend Taiwan.
We've answered this question multiple times. I don't have anything else to share.
President Biden has said a number of times that the U.S. would defend Taiwan if China attacked, but each time the White House has tried to walk back that message. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
The indictment against former President Donald Trump has been unsealed. Now his attorneys are preparing their defense. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
Donald Trump's defense attorneys are combing through a 16-page indictment accusing the former president of falsifying business records. Judge Juan Merchan giving them until August 8th to file motions in the case. Prosecutors can then respond before the judge issues a ruling at the next hearing scheduled for later this year.
The first step as a defense attorney for Donald Trump is to look at the indictment, analyze the charges, and start thinking about how are we going to attack these charges even before trial.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg alleges Mr. Trump falsified records about hush money payments that were made to bury potential damaging stories before the 2016 election. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen admitted to arranging one of those payments in coordination with the former president. Prosecutors say some reimbursement checks given to Cohen came directly from Trump's bank account.
That removes a layer or two of insulation between the former president and Cohen. What'll be really interesting is to see if there's documentary evidence and other evidence that tends to corroborate what the witnesses say.
Trump has denied the claims against him, and federal prosecutors previously declined to file charges. Legal experts expect Trump's attorneys to argue that the case is selective prosecution.
When you're going to bring on a charge against the former president of the United States, it needs to be solid. And I believe it was very underwhelming.
Mr. Trump faces separate investigations from the Justice Department and a Georgia grand jury. In New York, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
This leads to
And happening right now, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen holds a meeting with President of the EU-China Chamber of Commerce in China. And I can't pronounce that person's name. I think it's Jörg Wittke. I'm taking a guess there, but that's who's a part of this presentation here. So we're going to dip into this and hear what they have to say as it is happening right now, live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's listen in.
A large majorities of goods and services, so trade that is unrisky. Of course, different risks required different means to address them. We address the risk of dependencies through the diversification of our trade and investment relations, and the risk of Leakage of sensitive technologies that could be used for military purposes needs to be addressed through export controls or investment screening. But whatever the instrument we chose is, we wish to solve the current issues through dialogue. So it's basically de-risking through diplomacy. And this is why I called for, and we agreed in, the resumption of the high-level economic and trade dialogue. I'm very glad that we agreed on this. Not only the high-level economic and trade dialogue, but along with this one also the digital high-level dialogue. These two dialogues should convene as soon as possible to make progress on all the different files and produce tangible results. Let me now turn to the geopolitical environment. This visit is taking place in a challenging and increasing volatile context, in particular because of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. China's position on this is crucial for the European Union. As a member of the UN Security Council, there is a big responsibility, and we expect that China will play its role and promote a just peace, one that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, one of the cornerstones of the UN Charter. I did emphasize in our talks today that I stand firmly behind President Zelensky's peace plan. I also welcomed some of the principles that have been put forward by China. This is notably the case on the issue of nuclear safety and risk reduction, and China's statement on the unacceptability of nuclear threats or the use of nuclear weapons. We also count on China not to provide any military equipment directly or indirectly to Russia, because we all know arming the aggressor would be against international law and it would significantly harm our relationship. We also addressed human rights. I expressed our deep concerns about the deterioration of the human rights situation in China. The situation in Xinjiang is particularly concerning. It is important that we continue to discuss these issues, and I therefore welcome that we have already resumed the EU-China human rights dialogue. Besides Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there are some areas of convergence and cooperation on specific global issues. And in view of the size of our economies, we have a shared responsibility in resolving global issues. For example, first and foremost, to promote the climate and to protect the climate and to protect our environment. I particularly welcome the positive role that China has played in delivering the Montreal Kunming Agreement on biodiversity. China has also been a driving force to reach a deal on the High Sea Treaty. This is particularly positive. So on the fight against climate change, we want to see China make concrete and ambitious commitments in the run-up for COP28 in Dubai. We discussed this topic too, and I invited China to jointly prepare this COP28 in the context of our joint initiative with Canada. And of course, I would very much welcome if China would be choosing to join the global methane pledge. We need China as an important player. So these were the different topics in general that we have discussed, and I'm now looking forward to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We have some time for questions. Anna. Yes, Mike will be coming.
Thank you. I'm Anna from Euronews. Madam President, I have a couple of questions, if I may. Have you received any responses from President Xi Jinping that he will not send weapons, lethal weapons, to Russia? And then yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State told Europeans, and I'm going to read it, that a Chinese move on Taiwan would literally hit every country on earth. And my question is, do you think that China is turning into a threat for the West and for Europe?
So, indeed, as I reported, raised the point of arms deliveries. And I want to be very clear on that one, that arming the aggressor is a clear violation of international law. It's the aggressor, and he should never be armed. And this would indeed significantly harm the relationship between the European Union and China. On your second question, we all agree that stability in the Taiwan Strait is of paramount importance. We have a very clear interest in preserving this stability, the peace, and the status quo in the Taiwan Strait, and therefore nobody should unilaterally change the status quo by force in this region. The threat to, or the use of force to change the status quo is unacceptable, and it is important that the tensions that might occur should be resolved through dialogue. And we have discussed these topics too, so both topics have been raised.
Thank you. Thank you for the hike and welcome me here, Madam President. It's journalist from Taishan Media, and I would like to ask you about the strategy autonomy. Yeah, because the strategy autonomy, the concept of EU strategy autonomy. Because this concept has been usually referred and proposed by the Chinese side when it comes to the divergence, when the third-party factors happen in our bilateral relationship between EU and China. So I'm wondering, during the important meeting held today, do you have any opportunity to explain or interpret the genuine pursuit and the necessary principle of EU strategic autonomy to your Chinese counterpart?
Yeah. Since at least 2 years, we are very clear on our open strategic autonomy. This is a discussion that started during the pandemic, and when we felt the knock-on effects of several regions worldwide that shut down export of vital goods that were necessary to fight the pandemic, not the European Union. We discussed the open strategic autonomy in such a way that we said it is very clear for us that we stay open. We exported up to today 3.5 billion doses of vaccines. So this is a large number, and we were the only vaccine-producing region worldwide that never closed the border, but kept exporting, while we also were very vigilant to export as much as we delivered to the European people. But we felt, like many other regions of the world, that with the breakdown of, for example, supply chains, how vulnerable we were. The second element where the strategic autonomy was being felt heavily by the necessity for the strategic autonomy was being felt heavily by the European Union was with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. As you know, just a year ago, there was a strong dependency of the European Union on Russian fossil fuels. And Russia used this dependency to blackmail us on the field of energy by cutting 80% of the pipeline gas supplied to the European Union within 8 months. This triggered a severe energy crisis, but we were able to withstand, and we were able to show that we do not give in to the blackmail. On the contrary, we completely diversified away from Russian fossil fuels. We invested massively in renewable energy. that are homegrown and contribute to our European security and independence, but of course also to protect the climate. And the European people saved about 20% of their energy demand. And these are two examples that show that we want, with an open strategic autonomy, in a very clear European, individual European way, independent and sovereign, to define where we see risks, there we have to address them, where we need to strengthen our supply chains, for example, where we need to diversify our supply chains, and where we have to improve our position.
Yeah, thank you very much. The New York Times.
Madam President, is it realistic to think, in your opinion, as President Macron has suggested, that China might pressure Putin to end the war? And second, do you believe that China is trying to drive a wedge between Europe and the United States through its current studying of the U.S. and counteroffensive in Europe?
The transatlantic bonds are strong and founded on trust and a deep friendship since decades. And I was just referring to the critical situation we were in last year with cutting energy, the cuts of Russian gas supply. It were our friends, like for example the United States, that immediately stepped in with increasing the deliveries of LNG. The transatlantic bonds are strong, and they are based on not friendship, but they are also based on shared values. And this is a very important part that is unshakable. Then we discussed, and I raised the topic, I encouraged President Xi to reach out to President Zelensky. I know from my phone calls that, and President Zelensky asked for it publicly. So it was interesting to hear that President Xi reiterated his willingness to speak when conditions and time are right. I think this is a positive element. There was a third component in your question which I forgot. I must admit. No? Okay, thank you. It's late.
Yeah, thank you very much. South China Morning Post.
Thank you. I have two questions. We would like to know that if President Xi gave a clear timeline to call Ukraine President Zelensky. And the second question is, you mentioned about the importance to focus on de-risking rather than decoupling. Did you raise this de-risking plan with President Xi, and what is the response to this? Thank you.
Yes, I think on the first question I just gave the answer. On the second question, indeed, it was very important for me to discuss with President Xi and, of course, also with Prime Minister Li that we think that de-risking is important, not decoupling. And with both, I discussed different examples where we see, for example, that de-risking is necessary. We also discussed, I must always put that in the same context, the other side of the coin, that is for us the imbalances we see in the trade between the European Union and China. But one factor of discussion was indeed that de-risking is to be seen in the context that there are many goods and services in trade that are unrisky. Here the imbalances play a role, so we have to address them, but there are some goods that we see that we have to de-risk, and that this is something we want to address, and therefore it's so important to have this high-level economic and trade dialogue to address specifically. There are specific asks from many companies from the European Union, very concrete cases, and this cannot be tackled in a leaders meeting, but it can and has to be tackled in a high-level meeting and high-level dialogue, and we want to address that directly.
Thank you very much. No? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Le Figaro.
Good evening. Just a question about did you raise with UN President Macron the issue of the deployment of potential nuclear weapons to Belarus? We know that when President Xi Jinping and President Putin met, they made a statement against the idea of deploying nuclear weapons abroad, and since then President Putin announced his intention to do that. Have you raised that issue with President Xi, and what kind of answer he gave you on this? And more generally, how do you interpret the fact that Mr. Xi went to Moscow just a few weeks ago to reaffirm his support 1 year after the Ukraine war? Does that mean that actually the relationship between China and Russia is far more unshakable than the one you are trying to build with them? Thank you.
I raised indeed the topic in general of the nuclear arms threats, and specifically also our deep concern what the nuclear arms threats potentially based in or stationed in Belarus are concerned. So I was very clear on both. I think it is also visible in public statements in the peace plan that China put forward, and in public statements that China is strongly advocating against not only using nuclear weapons, but also not even using the threat of.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen. She's speaking in China, and actually we're going to stay on the topic of China. That's one of the parts we'll go to in our next segment here. We're going to speak with Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. He's going to be live for us here in a little bit, talking about the US dollar as a reserve currency. There could be some big changes there. So we'll have that in just 2 short minutes after we take this quick commercial break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there. That is Washington, D.C. And for the next story, we're going to move over to the White House, but staying in the Washington, D.C. area, obviously there. There could be some international moves that could threaten the U.S. dollar. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business joins us live to talk money. In this case, talking about U.S. money and the dominance the dollar has held for quite some time. We could see some changes there. Edward, good morning to you. Who or what is threatening the dominance of the dollar?
Yeah, good morning, Zach. What we're talking about is China. China is slowly chipping away now at the U.S. dollar, trying to replace the U.S. dollar with the yuan. Now, in the near term, experts are saying that's not going to be a problem. But China always thinks 10, 20, 30 years out. And that is where folks are sort of some folks are sounding the alarm right now about the moves that China's making. I mean, you've already got China in negotiations now with Saudi Arabia to use the yuan, the Chinese currency, for deals in oil between the two countries. China's already got an agreement with Brazil to do all of their trade between those two countries, either in Chinese currency or the Brazilian currency. You could run down the list. Even today, Zach, I point out that Emmanuel Macron, the French president, is in Beijing meeting with the Chinese president. They're talking about Ukraine, but they're also talking about trade. And from the Chinese side of that, part of the conversation is doing trade transactions with the European Union in the Chinese currency. So it's a slow chip away at the U.S. dollar, and that's where some folks believe the U.S. should be concerned.
So how exactly would this impact the normal everyday person in the United States and our economy? What would be the impact of this?
Yeah, the impact would just be, they were talking about economic dominance around the globe. Right now, the U.S. is the #1 economic dominant superpower around the world. China's trying to supplant that. And so that's what we're really talking about, is in the future, there could be an issue on many levels where China's going after the United States economically. And that is something that could affect everyday Americans down the road. If the U.S. currency is not the global standard around the world, it could move more up and down. It could become more volatile, as well as the stable coin that we're dealing with right now. So the issues are really long term, not today, but it's something that some people are sounding the alarms about.
And right, so this is something that could possibly happen, and obviously something important and something to keep an eye on here. If this does start to happen, that the U.S. is not used as a reserve currency for these deals around the globe, is this going to maybe start potentially kind of a trickle effect? We're going to see more countries like, hey, well, maybe we can use a different currency and save a few bucks here. Is that a concern?
Yeah, and that's what China's trying to do. You get one country to fall, then another country, then another, and it's sort of a domino. And by the time that lawmakers in the U.S. look up, all of a sudden you've got half the world that's not using U.S. dollars for transactions, and that. So that is something that the U.S. has to counter. We've heard from someone at the Heritage Foundation, Peter St. George, was telling Fox Business the other day that what they have to do is recognize that China's doing this and then make moves around that. Talk to those countries that China's talking to. The Brazilian president was here at the White House last month, and that's something that the Heritage Foundation believes the president should have been talking with him about, not to make transactions like this. Using the U.S. dollar creates stability around the globe, not just for the dollar, but for those transactions, because other countries can be secure in the fact that the dollar is backed up by the faith of the federal government here. So, this is a concern. As one falls, another falls, another falls, another falls. That's where the concern lies.
In order to counter this, like you had just mentioned, it sounds like diplomacy is a big piece of this, just trying to establish relationships, talking to people, and maintain those relationships and hope the U.S. dollar doesn't lose its place as a reserve currency. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And if you make these moves now, if you make these connections now to talk to other governments, to talk to other companies. I mean, for example, in France, for the very first time last month, a French energy company did the first liquefied natural gas transaction with China in Chinese yuan, not the U.S. dollar. So around the globe, that has been the standard. But yes, you have the State Department, you have the Treasury Secretary going out talking to these folks and saying, look, this is why the U.S. dollar should remain your full faith and credit, remain the standard currency around the globe. And some folks are saying you go in behind what China's trying to do and sort of secure or level the field and reassure those folks that the dollar is not going anywhere, that the dollar is the most stable, and the dollar is what every transaction should be based on.
And the U.S. dollar has been dominated across the globe for decades upon decades. It's going to be very interesting to see where this all goes. Edward Lawrence, thanks for joining us this morning, but I want to turn it over to you. This is a very complex issue. Is there anything we didn't touch on that maybe you want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, no, it is a really complex issue around the globe. But, you know, we're not talking about next year, the year after that. The Chinese have a 20, 30-year plan, and this is the beginning parts of that plan, according to some economists and watchers that are looking at this. And you're seeing the first chips fall right now. So actions need to be taken now in order to stop the last part of this plan from succeeding.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on it. You'll keep an eye on it, certainly, and we'll see where it all goes. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business, joining us this morning from the White House live. Thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
All right, it's 9:19 on the East Coast, 6:19 over on the West Coast. We got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to take that second commercial break of the hour here. First, we'll take a live look outside, though. There's the Empire State Building in New York City. I like throwing that up. It's about the third time I've used that one, but it's a beautiful shot, so we'll look around the globe and maybe change to some other ones here in a little bit as well and give you some other live looks all across the country. But again, stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we're dipping into yet another live event. As we do here, we keep track of all these live events happening all across the country and across the world, and we dip into them live, raw, and unfiltered. We give them to you uncut and unedited so you can make your own decisions and listen to all the details here. Right now, Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, will first travel Thursday morning to central Michigan to speak at a Midland County GOP event. State Rep Bill G. Schuette, a Midland area Republican, said the county party wanted to hear more about DeSantis' perspectives and proposals in comparison to Michigan, which Schuette described as the anti-Florida. So you can see the governor not speaking yet, but we do expect Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be speaking shortly. But what we'll do is we'll bring the audio up and listen in and hear what they have to say.
Freedom, where Michigan is closing down. We saw this in the harsh lockdowns of COVID-19. Governor Whitmer shut down restaurants and preached the dangers of purchasing lawn care equipment. But Governor DeSantis, he embraced personal responsibility and believed in the rights of individuals to make informed decisions. Heck, even Governor Whitmer took a trip to Florida to escape her own shutdowns. So while Lansing Democrats kowtow to the woke mob and the far-left agenda, Governor DeSantis stands firm for the rights of parents. And we've seen the results. Hundreds of people move to Florida every day. while Michigan is a state that is stagnating and losing population. Under Governor DeSantis, business and economic growth have boomed. So Michigan, we could sure use some of that Sunshine State freedom agenda. And today in Midland and in Michigan, we are sending a message. There is hope. There is a path forward. Restoring the America in Michigan that we all love will require bold, conservative leadership that is modeled by our special guest speaker. So join me, please, in offering a hearty Midland and Michigan welcome to the Governor, Ron DeSantis.
Thank you. I bring greetings from the free state of Florida. Now, as governor of Florida, when I want to hang out with Michiganders at the beginning of April, I usually just go to Naples. But it's great to be in the real thing. I am a little bit disappointed, though, with the protesters. I was hoping to draw more than what were out there. Chicago had more than Michigan had, but that's okay. It's great to be here, and I have a message of hope. I have a message of optimism based on what we've done in the free state of Florida. And I know there's not a lot of hope for the direction of our country. People feel pessimistic. And of course, as was just outlined, you've taken a lot of hits here in the state of Michigan. But here's what I can tell you about Florida. In 2018, I got elected the governor of Florida by 32,000 votes out of over 8 million votes cast, less than 1/2 of 1 percentage point. And Florida, for the decade prior to me being elected governor, governor's races, presidential races, 1-point state. 2010, 2012, 14, 16, 18. And so I come into this, and a lot of people were telling me, don't rock the boat, closely divided state, you gotta kind of lay low, bide your time, and all this stuff. And I understood that advice, but I rejected that advice. My view is that I may have earned 50% of the vote, but that entitled me to wield 100% of the executive power, and I intended to use that to advance a bold agenda. I intended to use that to fulfill my campaign promises, and to do that, I resolved at the beginning of my term, no polls. I am not going to just put my finger in the wind and try to chase poll results. I'm going to set the rudder to true north. And I'm going to do that, and I know there's all kinds of stuff that happens on the daily news cycle. I'm not going to let that divert me off a course. A poll can tell you a snapshot in time, but it does not tell you what the results would be if a leader sets out a vision, executes on that vision, and then delivers results. Leaders are not captive to polls. Leaders get in front of the polls and then shape public opinion, and that's what we said we would do. We also said that when you're in executive position, you can't do it by yourself. I mean, you could make the best decisions in the world, you could have the best ideas in the world, but if you don't have people around you that are capable of implementing that on the ground level, it's not going to go very far. And so we said for people working in our administration, you need to be on the team, and you need to put the public's interests in front of your own. And if you have any other agenda but fulfilling what we pledged to do and supporting the people of Florida, then pack your bags right now. We're not going to tolerate you in our administration. And then finally, we said, I'm not going to sit around like some potted plant like some Republicans do and just play defense all the time. I'm going on offense, and that's starting day one. We're going to be leading. And so we took on big issues. Of course, when COVID came, that put the governors front and center more than they've ever been probably in our lifetimes. And so we led through all that. And then the result was November of 2022, we went from winning by 32,000 votes the 4 years prior to over 1.5 million votes in November. We won We won the highest percentage of the vote that any Republican governor candidate has ever received in the history of the state of Florida. We were able to win independent voters by 18 percentage points. We were able to win women voters by 8 percentage points. We were able to flip historically Democrat counties like Miami-Dade County, and not only win that, but win it by double digits. But it wasn't just about me. We made sure that we were helping our legislative candidates, our school board candidates, all the way up and down the ballot. So Florida now has supermajority, Republican supermajorities in both houses of the legislature. We were able to elect 29 conservative school board members across the state of Florida, and we now have majority conservative school boards in many, many counties. And then even at like the county commission level, we have a Republican majority on the Palm Beach County Commission. If you know anything about Palm Beach, no one would have predicted that even 2 or 4 years ago. So it wasn't just about me. It was about, yes, I was driving the turnout, but we wanted that to lift all boats. And what you end up doing is you set up the state for success in the future by building the farm team. And so what we did was not just a big victory. It was really a fundamental realignment of Florida from being a swing state to being a red state. And you can look at the voter registration to see that. When I became governor, we had a deficit against the Democrats of almost 300,000 registrations. And we never had more Republicans than Democrats in the history of the state of Florida. Today, we have 450,000 more registered Republicans than Democrats. That's 700,000 in 4 years shift in our direction. Some of those are people that have moved from Michigan because they... But I am able to, even though I'm focusing on my job, I get to learn a lot about what's going on in other states, because when they govern badly in other states, a lot of times that will impact Florida. People will move. They'll move business. They'll move their families. And so people will come up to me and tell me, I had to leave Chicago. I had to do this. And I do remember during COVID, people fleeing those lockdowns in Michigan. Very, very difficult. And people were treated very, very poorly. And the parents were upset with the schools and everything. So they would tell me this. And so Florida really, I think, played an important role in the history of our country over the last 3 or 4 years. But the voters in Florida responded, and what used to be a swing state, you know, now the Democratic Party in Florida is a hollow shell. It's like a dead carcass on the side of the road. I mean, we have beat the left in the state of Florida. So I think the lesson of this is that bold leadership is rewarded by voters. And you can't win by 1.5 million votes only getting Republicans. I mean, we're winning independents. We're actually winning, you know, Democrats. You know, there are people that have just been Democrat their whole life. They don't want the woke agenda. They want to make sure the schools are good. They didn't like some of the COVID insanity in other states. And so, you know, I tried to appeal to everybody. I'm not changing my positions. I'm not going to, you know, try to be something I'm not. But we brought that message to every corner of Florida. I mean, it worked. And I think President Reagan was right when he said, we need to choose bold colors, not pale pastels. There wasn't a single voter in Florida that had any, I think, confusion about where I stood. And the contrast was sharp, and they responded very, very positively. And you know, election results are important to have vindication, but I don't even need to look at that. I can cite you all this stuff. I can just look how people behave. And the fact of the matter is, over the last 4 years, we've seen a great exodus of Americans, productive, patriotic Americans, out of state. And they go to states, Florida being the top landing spot, Texas, other states governed by conservative policy. We in Florida really served as the promised land for so many people who were frustrated with the problems of left-wing government. And why not? Look at the results. Florida's the #1 fastest growing state.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're dipping into a live press conference happening right now. This is in Midland, Michigan. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making his way up north to speak to the Republican Party there. Could be maybe a campaign stop. We don't know that yet, though. He hasn't announced. We'll be waiting for that if it does. So we'll see where that goes from there. But let's switch gears to some of the big news happening across the country. It's been hitting weekend after weekend after weekend, it seems, at this point. So we're talking to experts trying to learn the latest on everything that's been going on with the intense weather hitting parts of the South, the Midwest, and the upper Midwest. So for that, we have Chris Franks. He is a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. Chris, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. We do appreciate it. Just can you talk broadly? Let's just start real general. Why are we seeing so much intense weather hitting parts of the country? And it really does seem like it's, every other day, almost every weekend. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so we definitely are on a very active weather pattern here, severe weather over the past several weeks now. In fact, just going over some of the numbers this morning, our Weather Service, National Weather Service offices have reported over 400 preliminary tornado reports, and we've surveyed most of those since then, which is about double that we typically see by this point in the severe weather season. So it's been very active, as you mentioned, sort of a parade of systems coming through. So even though we are seeing an above average trend so far, it is not all that uncommon for March and April to really kick things off strong with a lot of severe weather. We can get in these patterns where you just get a sort of a parade of systems, and they set up to be multi-day events. You end up with tornadoes maybe in the southern plains one day, and then they move into the southeast United States the next day, and so they do tend to line up as these kind of 2 to 3 day events. So not all that out of the question for March and April, although we do have a very busy pattern. Just the winds come up. We have a lot of strong winds this time of year, and we start to, in March and April, get the humidity and the moisture that's needed to really fuel these thunderstorms. So very active stretch so far.
So in terms of when people can expect some relief from these storms, these areas that have been described as, quote, weather fatigued, from being hit from several waves of severe weather, when do they get that relief? Is it going to be at the end of the summer, or is it, what do you make of that, I guess?
Yeah, so in the interim, we don't see any big signal for severe weather over the next week or 7 to 8 days so far. So that's a good news, at least over the next short-term time frame, week or so, where folks can kind of maybe work on cleaning up some of that damage, and just the warnings and the taking shelter. There's a short-term break, but of course, you sort of have to wait towards midsummer to really get out of the big tornado season. The tornado threat will actually shift north with time. So we've seen a lot of severe weather in the southern kind of third of the country. With time, by the time we get to May and June, that starts to shift to be more of the northern plains, Great Lakes, Northeast United States. So it doesn't really end until we get kind of late in the summer, where the tornado threat really starts to wane. We can still get plenty of damaging winds, and we can get hail. The tornado threat does go down in terms of like the big picture trends by the time we get to mid to late summer. But over the next 2 or 3 months, we're going to kind of watch that tornado threat march further and further north as the places that are really cold and maybe even snow covered right now start to warm up. So it's more of a transition northward with time with the severe weather threat.
Well, let's talk about safety as we take a look at some video here. Actually, one of the videos of the tornadoes that have ripped across the country. We've seen several of these come in, actually, hitting multiple parts of the country, and I have a pretty good idea what the answer to this might be. But when a tornado warning is issued and a person is outside, maybe in the path of this storm, maybe they even see a funnel cloud, what do they need to do?
It's a great question, and it's a complicated question depending on where you are. But we always go back to the number one rule: you need to have a safe spot in tornadoes in your mind, no matter where you are. If you're driving in a car, that is not a safe place for a tornado. You need to pull off the road, whether it's a gas station, a house, a building, some sort of reinforced structure to put yourself in a safe spot. Whether you're at a friend's house, basements are great. Interior rooms with no windows are really, really safe spots for tornadoes. Second floors, outside, near a window, in a mobile home, those are all really dangerous places to be, and you're really vulnerable from tornadic winds. So it's all about seeking the safest, the sturdiest shelter as you can, no matter where you are. Sometimes we kind of, we kind of think where the safe place is in our own home, right? The bathroom, if we don't have a basement, no windows. Certainly if you have a storm shelter or a basement, those are great spots. But we don't always think, if we're out at a soccer game or a baseball game or out on the road traveling, it sometimes can catch us a little bit off guard. But you just gotta kind of have this in your head always. vehicles are not a safe space. So if we see, dark clouds or a tornado, get off the road as soon as possible. Get into a gas station, cover your head. It's really about taking those steps.
And in terms of safety, obviously, knowing where to go, where can you hide, where can you seek shelter, very important. What else can people do? Is there anything else they can prepare, whether, stocking up on supplies, anything like that? What do you think?
Yeah, there absolutely is. A to-go kit, like an emergency supply kit with flashlights, batteries, a little bit of bottled water. Shoes are really important because if your neighborhood or your house or your home is damaged by a tornado, and you have to walk out and try to escape, most people aren't wearing shoes in their house. So there's nails and glass and all kinds of debris. So have a pair of shoes nearby that you can grab. Maybe where you're taking shelter. Also helmets, something we don't think about, but a bike helmet, a softball helmet, hockey helmet, whatever it may be, something to cover your head if you're under a tornado warning and you're seeking shelter in your home. One of the leading causes of really significant injuries or death are people that get hit in the head as debris hits them or their house sort of falls. So especially with the kiddos, get something on their head if you're taking shelter. It really goes a long way in protecting you.
A lot of great advice there. We hit a lot of points, but I wanted to ask you before we disconnect here and send you off. Do you have anything else you want to add that I didn't ask you about? Any other pieces to highlight on this topic?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, we've been incredibly busy for severe weather season, and it can feel a little bit fatigued. But when we do have quiet weather, like over the next week or two, it doesn't maybe look quite as active. The quiet time is the time to kind of get your plans together, your kits together. You get your kids or the people that aren't as maybe weather savvy, kind of think about the severe weather plan. The quiet time is really the best time to get everything in order. If you're waiting until the day there's a watch or a warning, you could be in scramble mode. So when the weather is quiet, some of the things we talked about finding your safe spot, a supply kit, helmets, get that ready while it's quiet.
And I actually thought of one more question, kind of in the here and now. As we saw all those intense storms rip through the Midwest yesterday, also hitting some parts of the South, it looked like. Where are they going? Are they going to be on the East Coast today, or where are the areas in the country right now where people need to be aware and, looking up and at the TV screen for those warnings?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a slight risk of severe weather today, sort of Virginia into Maryland, so kind of a narrow area along the East Coast. Fortunately, it's not looking to be a big severe weather, big tornado day, primarily like a damaging wind threat, and there could be some hail. So today, folks, Maryland, Virginia, they will have to pay attention to any storms that are in their area, any warnings that are issued today by our National Weather Service offices. But again, fortunately, doesn't look like a big tornado day.
All right, everybody across the country, just be weather aware as always and keep an eye out for those warnings and those watches. Chris Franks, meteorologist at the National Weather Service. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all that information. It's good stuff. You take care.
Thanks, Happy.
All right, it's 9:42 on the East Coast, 6:42 over on the West Coast. We're going to take another commercial break. I think it's our third one of the hour, but we'll be right back in just 2 short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside here at the Tennessee State Capitol. Got some protesters out there actually blocking the entrance, so this is kind of a new development here. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on. Now, protests were expected at the Tennessee Capitol as 3 Democratic lawmakers could lose their jobs. The House is expected to vote today on whether to expel 3 members who Republican members say acted disorderly during a hearing. Now, a group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol Wednesday morning in advance of the vote, advocating for tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote against expelling the 3 members dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. Representatives Gloria Johnson of Knoxville, Justin Pearson of Memphis, and Justin Jones of Nashville are accused by Republican leaders of breaking House rules last week when they used a bullhorn to join in with anti-gun violence protesters during the House floor session. Lawmakers filed resolutions to remove the 3 members from their positions for what they call disorderly. So we're going to keep an eye on this live shot here. You can see a lot of people out front of that. They were expecting protesters, and those protesters certainly showed up there. And you can see them blocking the front entrance. This is a live look right now, happening now at the Tennessee State Capitol. So like I said, we'll all keep an eye on that, see how things develop, and bring you the latest information as we do continue to learn more. And we'll kind of switch gears here for a second and talk about this trip someone has made to the United States. It's Taiwan's president here. And tensions are escalating with China this morning after a bipartisan congressional delegation landed in Taiwan overnight. Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning, where the Chinese embassy is warning U.S. lawmakers.
Now, the Chinese embassy here sent messages to the individual members of Congress who are part of this delegation, calling the visit a serious provocation. This U.S. military plane that touched down in Taiwan overnight is a threat to peace and stability, says China. And the U.S. lawmakers who were on board were told so in no uncertain terms.
We all received sort of threatening texts. There was talk about a Chinese escort in the air, but that's just really intimidation, saber rattling.
Saber rattling because China lays claim to Taiwan and has escalated its threats recently. This U.S. delegation met with Taiwan's vice president just as Taiwan's president was making her own statement, visiting the U.S. and meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
China can never tell us what to do. As Speaker of the House, I'm going to meet with whoever we want to meet with whatever country.
We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat, and the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated.
China called the meeting a grave mistake and promised a response. Back at the White House, where the administration has been trying to avoid any perceived provocations with China, there was a clear no comment about the U.S. commitment to defend Taiwan.
We've answered this question multiple times. I don't have anything else to share.
Now, President Biden has said a number of times that the U.S. would defend Taiwan if China attacked, but each time the White House has tried to walk back that message. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
That exposed that very much.
And let's pull this live event happening right now back up. Take a look here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Midland, Michigan to the Republican Party there, members of the GOP in the Mitten State. But this is in Midland, Michigan, which is just about northwest of Saginaw, Michigan. So they're on the east side of the state, just for a little perspective. But let's dip in and hear what he has to say. Take a listen.
And here's what I can offer. We had, some of you may know people who were affected. We had a major hurricane come through southwest Florida at the end of September of last year, Hurricane Ian, and it did a lot of damage. And one of the things it did, it actually knocked out the bridge going from the mainland to Pine Island, and then it severed the Sanibel Causeway in 3 different places. And so those folks who lived there, and we had search and rescue immediately, maritime, air assets, all that. And it was fine, but you just couldn't do what you needed to do if those bridges were out. And they weren't state bridges or state roads. The local folks were telling the residents it's going to be 6 months before you're going to have access on the ground. And that would have caused these islands to die. So they came to me and they said, Governor, can you help us? And I'm like, yeah, I'll help you. So I got my people together and I said, listen, I don't want red tape, because if this was in New York, it'd take them 4 months to even do meetings and stuff. I was like, I'm not doing red tape. I'm not doing bureaucracy. We have a problem and we got to help these people fix it. And so we took over the job for Pine Island Bridge, and they said it was going to take 6 months. We created a new bridge in 3 days. And I raise that just because I am willing, if Biden wants to take us up on the offer, I'm willing to send my Florida team down to the border and get that wall built. We will get that done. One of the things we've done well on in Florida, if I was here 20 years ago and was talking about efficient elections, nobody would have viewed Florida as one place that had good elections because we had some problems back in the day. Well, we've worked really hard on that over the years. Since I've been governor, we've banned ballot harvesting in the state of Florida. We've banned Zuckerbucks in the state of Florida. We don't allow mass unsolicited mail ballots to be sent out in the state of Florida, and absentee voters must show voter ID, just like you do in the polling booth. And to make sure all that is actually enforced, we created an Office of Election Crimes in state government that has the ability to investigate and bring cases. So there have been cases brought against people who are here illegally voting, people that have voted in multiple states, people that were convicted of serious criminal offenses like sexual assault and are therefore ineligible to vote. And so people realize in Florida, here are the rules, and if you violate them, you will be held accountable. So the result in 2022 is we had 99% of the votes counted, about 8 million ballots counted by midnight on election night. We ran the fastest, most transparent, and efficient election anywhere in the country, and we're the third largest state. So it can be done if you have the right policies in place. But I will say this, do what Florida did, get rid of ballot harvesting, get rid of Zuckerbucks, but if that's not the law in your state, you need to use those rules for Republicans' advantage. You can't have Republicans fighting with one hand behind their backs. And so I think you should have ballot harvesting where it's legal and then fight to have the legislatures in those states get rid of it, because that's not the way you should conduct an election. But if you let Democrats do all this and all we do is complain about it, you're giving the Democrats an advantage, and I'm sick of that. Another reason why people would come to Florida, it's not like anything new that someone from the Midwest would move to Southwest Florida, but a lot of it was kind of like a rhythm of life. You retire to Florida, all that, and we still have that. We're proud of that. But we've had more families move into Florida since I've been governor than any time before, and a lot of that has been about education. And yes, we made sure schools were open, which was not true in most parts of the country in 2020, and we did a lot of things. But I think it's our approach to education that appeals to a lot of parents. The purpose of the K-12 system and the purpose of our higher education system, public system, those are funded by the taxpayers. The purpose needs to be providing a traditional education, a classical education. They should not be used with your tax dollars supporting it to advance the left's political ideology or political agenda. That's an inappropriate use of our school system. So we've made very clear in Florida, our schools are going to be rooted in education, not political indoctrination. And to make sure that sticks, we've embraced the rights of parents to play a fundamental role in the education and upbringing of their kids. We've enacted things like transparency legislation so the parents know what is being taught in the schools, making sure that satisfies state standards. We've also enacted universal school choice so that every parent in Florida has the opportunity to pick the best possible option for their students, for their child's education. And that includes homeschooling, it includes private schools, charter schools, and then even within school districts, we have massive choice. So we currently have 1.3 million students in some type of choice program, and I think that's probably going to go up pretty dramatically over the next year or two. And so that has caused our performance. It was mentioned Michigan scores on the NAEP. on us for 4th grade reading, 4th grade math, Florida ranked number 3 and 4 in the country, respectively, on the 2002 Nations Report Card. That was not true when I was growing up in Florida. And places like California and New York always had better, and now they've done worse, and I think we've done better because it's more about the parent and the student than it is about a teacher union or some of these other interests. But what happens is when parents are empowered with that choice, the school districts compete for students, the charter schools compete, and if they're not producing a good product, the parents are going to go elsewhere. So we've shown that competition is healthy and it's been better for student performance. We've also done things like ban critical race theory in our K through 12 schools. We're not going to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other. We're going to treat everybody as individuals. We're going to teach them that they're defined by the content of their character, not by external characteristics. We also are empowering parents to identify inappropriate material that may be in school. And this is sad. I never had this when I was growing up. I went to public school in Florida. I never saw where you'd have pornographic materials in middle school libraries. Where is this coming from? Why is that the case? And so a lot of parents, understandably, don't like that. And so we've empowered them to be able to raise objections. Now, what the media on the left will try to say is, you know, Florida is trying to, quote, ban books. And that's a hoax. A library or a classroom, by definition, has to curate what's in there. You don't have room to have every book available, so you're making decisions. So why would you use tax dollars to do something that's sexually explicit and put that in view of a 10-year-old student? It's totally inappropriate. So what we did an event, public event, called Exposing the Book Ban Hoax. And I brought different people to speak, but before we did the press conference, I played a video that had all the material shown that the parents were objecting to and that Florida said violated our standards. And this is material that the left was claiming is like legitimate. The news stations covering it had to cut their feed because it was too graphic. So my question is, if it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it okay for a 10-year-old kid? It's not. And as important as it is to say you don't want CRT, you don't want the sexually explicit, and it is, you also have to say, what's the positive view of education? Yes, we talked about choice and parents' rights and standards, but one of the things we've done since I've been governor is we've recognized that no matter what path in life our students choose when they leave our school system, all of them, regardless of occupation, regardless of higher education aspirations, are going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And so we've put a renewed emphasis on civics education because we believe we have a responsibility to graduate students with a foundation of understanding about what it means to be an American. You don't want to graduate students who are just listless vessels and have no clue about what makes our country unique. And to kind of support that, we're not only doing American civics, we earmark one day every year, November 7th, to teach students in the state of Florida about the evils of communist regimes throughout history. We're going to teach the truth about Marxism and Leninism in our schools. We also have insured parents that, and look, when these education issues, one, are just really important because it affects the future of our country. But it's also important to me because I'm looking at it not just through the lens of a governor, but through the lens of a dad. We have a 6, a 5, and a 3-year-old at home. And I just believe as a parent that parents in Florida and Michigan and throughout the country should be able to send their kids to elementary school, have them watch cartoons, just be kids, without having some agenda shoved down their throat, without having a teacher tell a young student that they may have been born in the wrong body or that they can choose their gender. That is inappropriate, and we've put a stop to that in the state of Florida, and not everybody liked that. Not everybody liked that. The left didn't like it, and most of the media didn't like that. And we even had a company in Orlando area that didn't like that you may have heard of. But, you know, at the end of the day, it may have been the case that Disney ran the state of Florida for the 60 years prior to me being governor, but they do not run it as long as this sheriff's in town. So we made sure to make that clear. They had their own government that they controlled with no accountability for almost 60 years. A couple months ago, I signed legislation stripping them and ending their self-governing status in the state of Florida. We've had some transition now. The state is handling this. We're going to make them pay the debts, taxes, all this stuff. They tried to pull a fast one on the way out the door. They've been caught on that. So all I can say is that story's not over yet. Buckle up. There's going to be more coming down the pike. But ultimately, the state of Florida, and any state, needs to be governed by the people of the state as expressed through the medium of elections and under our state constitution. One powerful corporation should not be outside the contours of the law. They need to be held accountable, and we are going to make sure that that happens. And you know, you look at some of the stuff that's going on in the schools. I signed legislation a couple years ago, and I was happy to do it, protecting women's athletics. And it's important. I have 2 daughters.
All right, so what you are listening to right there is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he is speaking to a group of Republicans and has been now for about 30 minutes there in Michigan. That is going to continue. Of course, we know that he's kind of traveling around the country right now, speaking in several different states. What I do want to pull up right now is an image that does show essentially what is a screensaver, but in a few moments we will have the Tennessee House. They are going to be meeting to talk a little bit more about an ongoing situation. If you were watching a bit earlier, you could see that protesters were blocking the entrance to the Tennessee Capitol. This is all because 3 Democratic lawmakers could actually lose their jobs within the next few minutes here. The House expected to vote this morning on whether to expel 3 members who Republican members say acted disorderly during a hearing. A group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol on Wednesday morning in advance of that vote, advocating for tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote to expel the 3 members dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. They are Representatives Gloria Johnson of Knoxville, Justin Pearson of Memphis, and Justin Jones of Nashville. Republican leaders accusing them of breaking House rules last week when they used a bullhorn to join in with anti-gun violence protesters during the House floor session. Lawmakers filed resolutions to remove the 3 members from their positions for what they call, quote, disorderly behavior. We are going to have more on that, as again, that was expected to take place at 10 a.m., but it has not started just yet. So again, we will get to that as it does happen. In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, and this one we brought you yesterday as well. Russia's Commissioner for Children's Rights, being sought for alleged war crimes, says that Moscow is coordinating with international organizations to return children reportedly kidnapped from Ukraine. At a UN meeting on Wednesday, the commissioner said the children had been taken for their safety and would be returned to their families. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for her and Russian President Vladimir Putin, accusing them of abducting children from Ukraine. I do want to bring in Ambassador Mark Starella, a professor of the practice of diplomacy at Party School of Global Studies there at Boston University and a U.S. Foreign Service officer for over 3 decades. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Josh, delighted to be with you again.
Of course. So first off here, just kind of break down your thoughts on those comments that were made really and the situation in general.
Josh, let me say that I spent 3 decades doing diplomacy, and this is one of the most incredibly despicable and cynical operations I've seen. Russia took advantage of its position on the UN Security Council. This April, on a normal rotation basis, Russia is president of the Security Council, and they used that as an opportunity to mount an information, I would say disinformation campaign against these indictments that Putin and his commissioner for so-called children's rights Maria Lvova-Belova face. They put up a false narrative in this session. And the false narrative is what Putin is trying to tell his people and the world. Putin did not invade Ukraine. They went there to protect Russian-speaking people. The land there is not Ukraine's. They've annexed it. The children who were deported into Russia went for their protection. He is mounting an information campaign to suggest that what is really a war crime and has been seen as a war crime by the International Criminal Court's prosecutors is a humanitarian gesture. This is really an Orwellian operation of the highest level. And I do want to say that it was not accepted on face value. The United States, the United Kingdom, and Malta all walked out of the session. 50 countries signed a joint statement condemning this disinformation and saying that this does not mean that Putin and Lvova-Belova are not going to be held accountable. So it's very cynical. And I think you know, and your viewers know, that Russians are famous for having invented the Potemkin village, the completely false village of just fronts that don't exist as a village at all. Now they're inventing a Potemkin adoption and Potemkin humanitarian operations. And I think they're trying to make of the UN Security Council a Potemkin UN Security Council.
And like you said, it wasn't really accepted at face value there. We did have diplomats for the U.S. and U.K. that actually walked out along with some other diplomats there. Is that surprising? What were your thoughts upon seeing that?
It is not unheard of for diplomats to walk out of a UN Security Council session. It's extremely unusual, and I can't think of a case where I've seen a joint statement by 50 different national delegations at the UN condemning something that the president of the UN Security Council did. That, I think, is really quite extraordinary. To try to understand what the Russians are up to with this, though, I think it's important to recognize that Putin's efforts to craft this false narrative, even though they're not fooling very many people, they are intended very much for his domestic information space. He's trying to keep his people on board with what has been a catastrophic war that he's calling a special military operation. He's trying to depict it as protecting people when we know they're carrying out vast war crimes and killing what turns out to be thousands of innocent people. And we also know that many Russians fled the country rather than serve in Putin's military. He's got to paint a picture for his own people that keeps them on board. Even though they don't have domestic politics as you would have in a democracy, he does still face domestic pressures. So that's really difficult. I think he also recognizes that they've spent 7 months trying to take a small town, Bakhmut, unsuccessfully. And they know that they are about to face what is probably going to be a much more potent Ukrainian counteroffensive, with Ukrainians armed with new weapons from the United States and our allies, including those famous Leopard tanks, Challenger tanks, and now longer-range rockets. He's trying to prepare the information space internationally, where some people still would like to stay on the fence, but especially domestically for his own people.
When you're talking about the arrest warrants that were issued for Putin and the commissioner, I mean, at this point, it appears that they're not going to be spending any sort of time in prison, correct?
Well, let me just say it's very unlikely. It's very unlikely for several reasons. The International Criminal Court was created by an agreement called the Rome Statute. Russia is not a party to the Rome Statute. The United States is not. Ukraine is not. And Putin has said very clearly, we do not recognize the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. Nevertheless, this is a tremendous embarrassment for him, and it clearly has gotten under his skin. He is one of only a small handful of heads of state who have been indicted by the International Criminal Court. And that includes people like Gaddafi and Sudan's al-Bashir and Slobodan Milosevic of Serbia. This is a real rogues gallery that he has just joined. And even though the ICC has no authority to go into Russia and grab him, he now has to think about, well, can I travel to countries around the world that are parties to the Rome Statute where I could be arrested? And he also has to wonder, well, what happens if there is a change of government someday, as happened to Milosevic, and a future government wants to hand me over. So this is not altogether an idle threat. I think he's forced to take it seriously, even though, honestly, it's very unlikely that he or Lvova-Belova will ever actually find themselves locked up in The Hague.
And I actually do want to get your thoughts as well on the Wall Street Journal reporter that is being detained there in Russia on the espionage charges. That's been developing, of course, over the last week or so here, and we've covered it extensively on LiveNOW from Fox. What are your thoughts?
You know, the arrest of Evan Bershkovich on espionage charges is just another tactic by the Putin government to find things they can trade, to find different ways that they can influence the discussion outside of their own country. Remember that Putin was able to trade the basketball star Brittany Griner for a known war criminal himself, who was called the Merchant of Death, a Russian arms dealer who was dealing arms into some of the worst conflicts, to some of the worst dictators around the world. So I think, think of the Russians. I always say the Russians, the United States, our national games are baseball and football. Their national game is chess. And he is thinking about, okay, which pieces can I put on the chessboard that I can use strategically to change the environment? That's what I think has gone on here. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has absolutely condemned this and said that there's no chance whatsoever that these charges have any credibility. And I think that it is possible that we will consider this to have been an abduction, not just an arrest.
Definitely sounds that way. All right, Ambassador Mark Starella there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Josh, this is a very difficult situation for sure, and it's a tragedy for many people, and especially for the Ukrainian people. But it is influencing diplomacy around the world, as we saw yesterday. And this is very much an effort by the Russians, not only to grab Ukraine, but to undermine America's position in the world. It is incredibly important that we support the Ukrainian people, that we support their military, and that we engage in very active diplomacy to ensure that Russia is as isolated as possible.
All right, Mark Starella again. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Josh, thanks very much.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you out to this live image of this breaking story that we have been covering here. This all relates to the ongoing situation in Tennessee. We knew that we saw protests a bit earlier on today at the Tennessee Capitol as these three Democratic lawmakers could actually lose their jobs. As you can see, a vote underway as the House is voting on whether to expel three members who Republican members do say acted disorderly during a hearing. A group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol in Tennessee Wednesday morning in advance of the vote, advocating the tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote against expelling those three members who have been dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. Again, that vote is underway right here, right now, so we will bring you the results as they happen live on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, it is 10:12 on the East Coast and 7:12 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:15 over on the East Coast and 7:15 on the West Coast. The creator of Cash App stabbed and killed in San Francisco earlier this week. 43-year-old Bob Lee was found wounded early Tuesday morning on Main Street there. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team has been covering this around the clock as it has developed. Zach Sauce with our Fox team is live now with the latest. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Yeah, we are finally starting to get some new insight into what surveillance cameras captured after Bob Lee, that prominent tech executive here in San Francisco, was stabbed to death here in the early hours of Tuesday morning. It's something that his former colleagues, his friends, have been asking for. We're getting these new details from the president of the San Francisco Police Officers Association. That officer calling what she has seen on the video disturbing. We haven't been given access to that video, but the POA president says it shows Bob Lee wandering the streets trying to get help after he was stabbed in the city's Rincon Hill neighborhood here. And they say someone could have helped him, but didn't. They say that he walked up to a car, he showed his injury, he asked for help, and that car drove off. As we know, shortly after that, around 2:30 in the morning, police arrived, found him laying on the street with multiple stab wounds. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he died from his injuries. Meantime, the DA, the police department coming out yesterday promising his family accountability. But again, right now, one of the things that they don't seem to have, one of the things the POA president says they don't have, is surveillance video of what happened prior to the stabbing and what happened, who actually committed the stabbing. That's something they're asking the public's help for. So right now they are asking for any witnesses, any additional information, anyone with any surveillance video of this to come forward and reach out to San Francisco police. That's the very latest from here. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Zach, have we heard if San Francisco police are going to hold any sort of news conference to talk a little bit more about this?
You know, at the moment, we haven't heard any details about an upcoming news conference. You know, interestingly, earlier this morning, the police department putting out a press release and really just continuing to share bare bone details about what happened, really just confirming again that the stabbing occurred here, and finally confirming that that he indeed was the victim here. But again, we're learning that additional information from the Police Officers Association. So it's quite possible that the police department may come out later and officially provide some more information.
All right, Zach Sauce there with our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and we will definitely stay in touch to get the latest. All right, everyone, I do actually want to take you back out live here to Tennessee as we do continue to follow this vote. We've been watching it very closely over the last 15 minutes or so. We saw some protests earlier on. As the entrance to the Tennessee Capitol was blocked, we learned that 3 Democratic lawmakers could potentially lose their jobs during this vote right here. That vote is on whether to expel those members who Republicans say acted disorderly during a hearing. Now, a group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol Wednesday morning in advance of that vote, advocating for tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote against expelling the 3 members dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. Representative Gloria Johnson of Knoxville, Justin Pearson of Memphis, and Justin Jones of Nashville are accused by Republican leaders of breaking House rules last week when they used a bullhorn to join in with anti-gun violence protesters during that House floor session. Lawmakers filed resolutions to remove the 3 members from the positions for what they call, quote, disorderly behavior. Again, this is all underway, and Justin Pearson is one of the ones who could be voted out here. So let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Memphis and Shelby County, but to each of you, I love you and I thank you and I appreciate you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last night we lost a pillar of our community in Wayne County. Mr. Herbert Brewer, who was a county commissioner for probably 40 years, Mr. Speaker, a dear friend of mine, a father, a grandfather, and just a good person. So if we could please take a moment of silence for him and his family today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment and recognize some of my friends and as well as constituents from Memphis, Tennessee.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you would take a moment to honor one of our freshman legislators today that is celebrating his birthday, Mr. Jake McCowan. Let's give him a round of applause.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Ryan Williams and I want to welcome Rhonda Roberts to the Capitol. Her husband, Alan Roberts, passionately worked for TDOT, EMS, Fire and Rescue across Middle Tennessee. Alan gave us 23 years of his life to public service and did so with passion and integrity. It is a privilege for Representative Williams and I to stand here today to honor the memory of Alan and to honor his wife for their sacrifices.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise today. I have 3 young children, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade. They have had the benefit of learning from some of the best public school teachers in the state of Tennessee at Waverly Belmont Elementary and J.T. Moore Middle School. And I just want to welcome the teachers that are here today for doing everything that you do each and every day with courage, with honor, with integrity. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I see some friends of mine in the audience I'd like for you all to make welcome. I saw Lexi Carter is a friend of mine, long-standing friend of mine. I see Theron Bond, and I know there are some people here from Whitehaven High School, there's some students here, so make them feel welcome.
Thank you. Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take just a moment to say thank you and to honor the state of Tennessee, our leadership, our county emergency people, TEMA, the Red Cross, volunteers. One of our communities that was hit last week with the tornadoes, Readable in Cannon County. There's about 25 homes, 3 businesses, but we're blessed and thankful that no lives were lost. So thank you.
Anyone else? Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar or refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate joint resolutions congratulatory memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing line of the desk be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 1,571 through 1,573 be introduced and passed on first consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate bills 213, 469, 477, 559, 561, 576, 698, 807, 838, 845, 858, 863, 927, 937, 993, and 1,391 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions, memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
All right, so again, that is underway, that vote right there, and we are going to keep an eye on that because this is live, raw, and unfiltered happening right now, and there are actually protesters that are over in the lobby of the House. We know that they were blocking people from entering a bit earlier on. I want to pop that shot up. It actually looks like it may have just frozen, but let's give you a live look at that. You can see protesters are there inside of the state capitol there in Tennessee as this vote is going on. We do know that they were blocking the entrance to the Capitol prior to that vote that began around 10 a.m. Eastern time. So it's been going for almost 30 minutes at this point as we are hearing from House members providing their feedback. We also heard from just one of the 3 Democrats who could actually be expelled here from the House after they did use a bullhorn last week to join in with some of the anti-gun protests that were going on. But again, look at that major crowd that is there inside of the lobby there at the Tennessee House waiting for this all to get underway here. I do want to head back inside as it does look like we do have a shot with some audio that has returned here.
Number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests today, the bill we're about to embark upon is critical to the safety of our children and our schools in this state. This bill was announced first when the governor gave his state of the state from this very well. And while it may not be the full solution to the evil and violence that we see out in the world that endangers our children, it is absolutely a significant step forward. When the tragedy happened at Covenant School, the bill that you have before you dealt primarily with public schools. When that horrendous loss of life occurred, it immediately showed that we could not focus just on the safety of our public school students, but had to focus on all of our schools and all of our students. The amendment before you includes the following provisions. Private schools must develop safety plans that address emergency response and crisis management. Private schools may enlist local law enforcement's assistance if they so choose, and we recommend it. Private schools must lock exterior doors as well as only permit the primary entrance to be unlocked at the start and end of school or when a staff member is present. Private schools must complete the same drills as public schools, armed intruder, incident command, bus safety, if they have buses. And security guards at private schools must complete the same training that security guards at public schools complete. This is a significant step forward, and it ensures that the bill before us includes both public and private school students and matches up with items that you will see in the budget in a few weeks to include money for hardened infrastructure and SROs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Leader Lambert moves adoption. Amendment number 2, discussion. Represent, no discussion. All right. Any objection to the question? All right, it's on the board. All those in favor vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays, 3 present not voting.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's somewhat extraordinary to introduce an amendment at this time, but I think this is a very important amendment to add. In light of Covenant School in my community and the way we've been affected, it has impacted all of us, and we are trying to find every possible solution that we can to address this issue. Personally, one of the children that was murdered is actually in my son's Little League. That's how close to home this hits for me. And so while we might differ on some of the reforms, I think my amendment addresses one very important issue when it pertains to school safety. I was contacted by Jaden Turner. She's a freshman at Lincoln Memorial University, and she requested my assistance with passing Alyssa's Law. Jaden's 14-year-old cousin, Alyssa Adlerhoff, was shot and killed inside of her high school, Marjorie Smoman Douglas, in Parkland, Florida, on February 14, 2018. Since then, Jaden has been dedicated to the mission of school safety and wants to ensure that every student and staff member who goes to school also comes home at the end of the day. Throughout high school, Jaden worked with her state senator and assemblyman to pass Alyssa's Law in the state of New York, which was signed into law this past summer. Alyssa's Law places mobile panic alarms in elementary and secondary schools to decrease the police emergency personnel response time in the case of a non-evacuation emergency. The legislation has been passed in New Jersey, New York, and Florida. And we know the political environment in Florida. In every state, Alyssa's Law has been a bipartisan effort to ensure the safety of children. The work of Alyssa's Law was started by Alyssa's mother, Lori Adelhoff, who Make Our Schools Safe, a nonprofit organization working on school safety nationwide. I want to be clear that Alyssa's Law is just one common sense law and a comprehensive set of reforms that must be enacted for meaningful school safety. And members, as you know, given the procedures of the House in this late juncture, I'm out of bill slots. I have looked for a vehicle to add this for a college student at one of our universities who asked for this, who has personally been affected by school shooting and a tragedy. I think adding this option in our schools and having the schools, and I want to bring your attention to my amendment. It says shall consider including the district-wide school safety plan, this option. If we have this in our schools and we can alert the police and the emergency personnel faster, that is going to save lives. I'm hopeful schools are able to take this even further and put this throughout their classrooms so that if any classroom sees an emergency, they can hit this button. Members, I'm asking you, this is a common sense, small addition, amendment to add to this overall plan. And I would request with that we move adoption.
Representative Powell moves adoption of amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for all of you on the floor and guests, throughout the year, you've seen that we will table amendments that were untimely filed if they didn't come through the committee process. That is the normal procedure of this House. There is never a time when procedure or rules that can be suspended by this body, when gone through the proper channels, should get in the way of a good idea. We've always said that. I want to commend the sponsor of this amendment. He and I have served together for about a decade now. He came to me, came to the other sponsors of this legislation, contacted the governor's office who asked us to submit this bill, and he worked through the proper channels to say, look, we're late in the process, but this is a good idea. I thank you for bringing this, and I hope that we all stand in bipartisan support today of the safety of our children. I have no objection to this particular amendment and would encourage all to vote in favor of adding this amendment to the bill. It is a positive step forward. It's an idea that I wish we had had in the bill from day one. And so I thank you for bringing it even at this late date. And I would recommend that we not leave this chamber
this year until we've addressed every single positive idea that can keep our children safe. Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting on amendment number 3. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments. Education Administration Committee Amendment.
All right, so that is that vote that is still underway. They are, of course, discussing several different amendments there, but the big one that a lot of people are talking about is whether the Tennessee House will vote to expel those 3 Democrats they say caused a ruckus, essentially, during one of their hearings. It is 10:36 on the East Coast and 7:36 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines as we do keep an eye on that hearing and vote that is underway. All right, everybody, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:38 over on the East Coast and 7:38 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into the headlines and a story that we have, no question, been following very closely over the last week. The indictment of former President Donald Trump. We know he appeared in court earlier this week where he did plead not guilty to 34 felony counts. His next in-person court hearing is scheduled for December. We're talking 8 months from now. I do want to speak more about all of this, so let's bring in Pamela See, a law professor at Florida Gulf Coast University, to discuss this further. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thanks for inviting me. This is a very fascinating time, quite an interesting situation.
For sure. A lot of people have been kind of sharing their thoughts about how this is all played out, the indictment, the arraignment, and the fact that the next court date is about 8 months from now. Kind of break down for me your thoughts on all of this.
My first thought in looking at this overall was saying, why is this such an important moment that it is brought at this time? What is the purpose? What is the goal? And is this a truly a judicial question, or is this really a political question that's being brought in the judiciary? Based on the analysis that has gone on and the information that has come about, it seems more of a political question rather than a judicial one. We have a claim of actually it's a misdemeanor, looking at business records and fraudulent business records, and the tenuous relationship between the evidence facts that are presented that seem to be a little bit lacking. When I took a look at the statement of facts, I wanted to see a little bit more meat to this. How can this particular claim that there were fraudulent entries in a ledger, there were checks made out, how are these connected? And I didn't see that direct connection. What we have is a series of incidents. There was a check, there was an invoice, there was a general ledger entry, and there was a check written. These were all done in 2017. And the statement of facts claims that it's about the 2016 election. Well, right off the bat, we've got a connection problem that you're trying to impact an election that already occurred. How can you have an impact on a prior election? So that doesn't quite ring true, which implies that this is more of a political question rather than a judicial question. And then looking at it further, these are invoices presented by an attorney. A client has a right to rely on advice of an attorney, has a right to believe that the attorney is presenting appropriate information. And since this information presented by an attorney that's sworn to uphold his oath of honesty and integrity and so forth, presented to a client, that client is then entitled to assume that what has been done was appropriate and legal. I look to a lot of the underlying claims that this was something called hush money. Well, I think that could be termed in a different way. I call it a non-disclosure agreement, which is a perfectly valid document. So I think there are a series of questions, and that's just the tip of the iceberg with the problems with this indictment and the problem with the claims that are made here.
And so another question is about the gag order, because we know that there was no gag order put into place. The judge issuing a fairly stern warning, though, to the former president, saying not to incite violence or anything of that nature. Now, what are your thoughts on a gag order in general in a case like this one?
Well, a gag order is intended to provide a better atmosphere for a court case to go forward, so that there's not any improper influence on potential jurors and potential witnesses or participants, so that you don't have the case itself played out in the media. The unfortunate circumstance that you have here is that you have a current presidential candidate, a declared candidate, who is going to be campaigning. And in that event, he's going to be in public, he's going to be speaking, and he's going to be in press conferences, and there will be questions at town halls and so forth. And these questions are certainly going to relate to this indictment. So a gag order would be inappropriate because it does specifically relate to his character to be a candidate, his ability to serve as president if elected again. And so a gag order at this point would be inappropriate. The jury pool, should there be a jury trial, they already know the information. Donald Trump has been a very well-known person throughout New York City, throughout the country. It's very hard for anyone to stand up and say, I do not have an opinion on him one way or another. Almost everyone you ask will say, oh, I know him and I think A or I think B. So it is not going to have any additional impact on the ability to get a fair jury, nor would it have any impact on the witnesses who are already aware of everything that's going on. So a gag order would probably not have any impact at all.
And then the question becomes about possible impeachment. So let's say, of course, that the former president is reelected to be president in 2024. This case could likely stretch beyond that. And then let's say he's found guilty of at least one of those charges. A lot of this speculation, of course. But if this were to happen, could he be impeached?
Well, let's start with prosecuting a president while he's in office, which is something you cannot do. So if you don't prosecute a president while he is currently in office. So if this extends that far out, that won't happen until after his term of office would end, assuming he got elected, which, that's a very, very broad, wide assumption there. But let's say that he is elected and this is lingering in the background, or perhaps maybe even a conviction. Could there be an impeachment? Possibly. The Constitution allows for impeachment for high crimes and misdemeanors. Well, we've got both misdemeanor and a felony in there, but whether or not this would impact his ability to be president, it looks again to what I've mentioned before, is character. If it affects the character of the president and his ability to conduct himself in office so that he is no longer a qualified person to hold that office, then perhaps he could be subject to impeachment. When we take a look at other cases of impeachment articles being brought forward, for whether it's Richard Nixon or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump or whomever, there's a wide range of reasons why some member of Congress would bring those articles forward. Whether or not they would pass through Congress would certainly depend on whether the Congress is set up where it's mostly Republicans, mostly Democrats. What is the flavor of the month for the Congress, whether they would go forward or not. Is it possible? Certainly. Will it happen? Well, only your crystal ball is going to tell you that.
I was going to say, and if you have a crystal ball, let me use it. All right, Pamela C., law professor there at Florida Gulf Coast University. Anything else you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Well, there are a lot of issues that remain, and my biggest concern right now, I think, dealing with evidentiary issues and reliability. The witnesses that are mentioned here, all are convicted frauds. They have been convicted of lying and so forth to the federal government. So the reliability of the witnesses is tenuous at best. And you have other witnesses that have, for instance, Ms. Daniels, who made a statement that none of this ever happened, that she never had an affair, on numerous times said she didn't. And now there's a claim that she did, and there's hush money for this. And so the reliability of the information on which this claim is based is very weak. And I think that's going to be a problem. Jurisdictionally, I think they also have a problem looking at, this is a state court trying to bootstrap some federal issues through some very weak claim to state tax issues, which, by the way, were not those of Mr. Trump, but are those of Mr. Cohen. So I think, the jurisdictional issues and the evidentiary issues are very, very on the side of the defendant, Mr. Trump.
All right, Pamela, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
All right, everyone, time now is 10:48 on the East Coast and 7:48 on the West Coast. We'll go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have this live image that is coming in. This is out of Jerusalem here. Take a look at your screen. We know militants have fired a heavy barrage of rockets from Lebanon at Israel on Thursday. The Israeli military providing that brief information, and we know that people have been forced across Israel's northern frontier into bomb shelters. We know at least one person has been wounded at this point as Israelis were celebrating the Jewish Passover holiday. Israel's military said 34 rockets had been fired across the border and 25 were shot down by its Iron Dome aerial defense system. Another 5 fell inside Israeli territory and the rest were being investigated, it added. The Army said its response would come after a, quote, situational assessment and meeting by Israel's security cabinet. That is going to happen in the coming hours. But again, you are taking a live look here at just some of the damage. I do want to head back out over to Tennessee. We have been following here as that debate is underway as to whether 4 different members of the House there in Tennessee will be expelled. This is all regarding some protests that did happen after that school shooting there in Nashville. Let's pop up the audio and listen back in.
Itself. But I've got some technical questions, and I've spoken with Chairman Sapicki and Lambert, so Chairman White, they might be better suited on the issue of whether the bill speaks to the ability to arm teachers, the authority to arm teachers. Does it speak to it one way or the other?
Chairman White.
No, sir, it does not.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and in terms of the filing of the plan on the state level with the Department of Safety, will that serve as a storehouse or a clearinghouse? Will it allow other schools to access that information in order to benefit from best practices?
Chairman White.
Yes, sir, will.
All right, so that vote's still underway. We are going to keep an eye on that as that does continue here. It began just about an hour ago and could go on for quite a while. They're, of course, discussing some different issues as well. That is not the only issue there on their docket. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we will get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are outside the Tennessee state capitol as protesters are still out there despite the rain. Those protests expected today at the Capitol, as we do know that 3 Democratic lawmakers could actually lose their jobs here. The House vote underway beginning about an hour ago on whether to expel 3 members who Republican members say acted disorderly during a hearing. A group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol yesterday in advance of the vote, advocating for tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote against expelling those 3 members who have now been dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. We're talking Representatives Gloria Johnson of Knoxville, Justin Pearson of Memphis, and Justin Jones of Nashville. They're accused by Republican leaders of breaking House rules last week when they did use a bullhorn to join in with anti-gun violence protesters during the House floor session there. Lawmakers filed resolutions to remove the 3 members from their positions for what they call disorderly conduct. You can see they are clear on the screen right there. I do want to pop the audio back up inside the House as they are discussing several issues, including gun control and the expulsion of these 3 members.
In their neighborhoods and their parks, to make sure everyone is safe at all times. We all deserve the right to feel safe wherever we are. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White.
Thank you for those comments. Very much appreciated. Just want to remind everyone, I think it was last year, year before, in the governor, we put $200 million in our mental health trust fund. We just added another $8 million in the budget this year to address that. So we are working towards that. And we're also working with the colleges and universities to provide more degrees in the program, such as you mentioned. So thank you for those constructive comments.
Leader Camper, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, last week we had a member to say that this bill was a first step. And a good first step. And you mentioned it in your comments that this would be a first good step. And you further mentioned that we have an enormous opportunity before us, that we can do something more comprehensive than just this bill. And so we are looking forward to do exactly that. So I'm assuming the lines of communication are still open, and I applaud you for that. Mr. Sponsor, I have a question about the funds that you talked about for charter schools, I guess in all of the schools, I imagine, for non-compliance. And so I'm concerned about charter schools who have limited funds and not a lot of resources as like a network of charters, just these individual charter schools. And the fact that we said charter schools are public schools. So will the LEA be responsible for coordinating all the schools, whether charter or traditional, under this bill? Or do the charters have to do their own individual?
All right, so several different topics being discussed there inside the Tennessee House. Of course, they are meeting to discuss and vote on several issues, but one of those is whether to expel those 3 Democratic members. So we will bring you the latest as that does continue to unfold. It is now 11 o'clock on the East Coast and 8 o'clock over on the West Coast. I do want to get back into some of the big stories that we have been following here, and let's go over to Florida. That is where the investigation continues after the deaths of 3 teens over a span of 3 days. Investigators have said this could be the work of a hybrid gang or wannabe gang. This is happening, by the way, in Marion County, Florida. Sheriff Billy Woods joins us live now to discuss more about that case. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So what is the latest on this ongoing case? It is receiving national attention. Any big developments or small developments over the last 24 hours or so?
We're continuing to get in tips, which is excellent for our investigation. Yes, this is tragic. I got 3 teens in a small community here in my county because we're the 5th largest geographically county in the state of Florida. But some of the things I've been able to release, because in the beginning, you know, people were claiming, or there was rumors that this was a serial killer because of where the bodies were found in 3 different locations. You know, we've collected numerous cell phone records, DNA from the vehicles, latent prints from the vehicles, but 2 key pieces of evidence of which we have that I'm able to disclose at this time is that we have surveillance video of the victim's car just prior to the event and just moments after the event. And that's why I put the picture of the car out yesterday, so that we can get information from citizens. And that's coupled with our first caller that reported the first victim, and the witness saw the vehicle slowly strike and run into the dumpster that her body was next to. But just moments before that, this same witness heard the gunshots. So that's what allows us to narrow it and say this is an isolated incident and it's not some serial killer out there going around. But here's the biggest thing, and this is why I need information, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this one out, is the witness saw the vehicle immediately, rapidly leave the scene. So what that tells us is that the suspects were in the vehicle at that time. So that's why we need information. If anybody saw any, no matter how small, okay, if they saw it at a certain time, certain location, or if they saw a certain amount of people in there, or they even recognized the people in the vehicle, because we need all the pieces of this puzzle put together so that we have a solid case for prosecution.
And so are you able to say at this point if all of these 3 are connected? I know we've talked about the hybrid gang, the wannabe gang. Does it appear that these are definitely connected?
Well, I can't give a whole lot of information because I don't want to compromise the integrity of the investigation, but they were all friends. They knew each other, okay? And they were together. So that's what makes it one single event. It's not spread out over there. And hybrid gangs, wannabe gangs, neighborhood gangs. Probably a lot of people know it as neighborhood gangs. And we in law enforcement, when we talk about a true gang, that's to the level where they have an organized structure. It's sort of like the mob in the 1920s when there was checks and balances, if you can call it that, within their organization. But it's the same for like the cartel in Mexico. That's what it is. But unfortunately, neighborhood gangs are typically where young teenagers and youth come together as a group, but yet there's no structure to them. So there's a little chaos, and it usually ends up being 2 different groups, 2 different gangs, 2 different neighbor gangs that usually are between each other. And that's why we're saying this, is because we have information, and I can't tell you positively, and I can't give a whole lot of information about that, but some of the information we have is saying that it's related to gangs.
And I know there's limited information that can be released as it is an ongoing investigation here. Do you know of a potential motive? And I know you can't talk specifically about it, but is your office aware of a possible motive here? And are you any closer to making an arrest or arrests?
You know, because of the tips we've received so far, we have an idea, but it's not conclusive. And obviously I can't tell you right now because, you know, there's certain information that the suspect knows and only the suspect would knows. And that's what helps us in our investigations. And I apologize, I forgot your second part of the question.
Oh, you answered it there. So my other question, do you believe that there is just one suspect here, or is it possible that there is a search for multiple suspects?
There are multiple suspects. I can't tell you how many, but I can tell you there's multiple suspects.
Totally understand. What would you say to the people there in Marion County, Florida, who are concerned about this situation as it is ongoing and the search for this person or persons does continue?
You know, I appreciate that question. Rightfully so. If I lived in that neighborhood, I'd be concerned as well. You know, locking their doors and securing their cells, I would do that as well. But you should be doing that anyways, regardless of the murders. But one, it's isolated, okay? And we have our suspects. We know who these suspects are. And I have additional patrols out there, just like any other incident. They're out there to make them feel safe and secure. So they don't have a whole lot. I can't promise you anything, just like in life itself. I can't promise that a crime will never occur, but we do our absolute best to keep them secure. And this is an awesome community out there, 1,500 individuals that live there. So that would be my message. Hey, I got one more message since we're live, because I know the suspects are watching. I'm coming for you.
That's a good message to get out there. Sheriff Billy Woods there in Marion County. Anything else that you want to add about this before I let you go?
Yes, one more thing. The Florida Sheriff's Association, that I'm the chairman of the board of directors, we have a reward program, and they've offering up a $5,000 reward that any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the individuals in this case, it's out there. I want them to know, come forward and help us out.
All right, Sheriff, thank you again for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you back out to this live image. This is over in Tennessee, as we are hearing debate on several issues, but we do know the big one here is whether to expel 3 members of the House who were apparently a part of some of the protests that were underway, some anti-gun and anti-gun violence protests there. Basically, Republicans in the House are saying that they were disorderly, so they are going to vote on whether to remove those members here. Let's actually head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll pop the audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look outside of the Tennessee State House there, as you are seeing folks who are protesting right now. We are expected to learn during a vote shortly whether 3 Democratic members there in the House will be removed for what Republicans say is disorderly conduct. A bit earlier on, maybe about an hour ago, there were protesters that were blocking the entrance to the House as well as the entrance to the building itself there. You can see the camera kind of shaking all over the place. But either way, I do want to head back inside and pop up the audio and listen in as that discussion is still underway.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Will the sponsor yield to a couple questions?
Chairman White.
Yes, sir.
Representative Pearson.
One of the main intents of this legislation is that every school will have an armed security resource officer.
Chairman White. Leader Lambert.
No, sir. The main intent of this bill is to improve school security at every school, both with hardened entrances, requiring locked doors, having Homeland Security agents, one in each county, to evaluate that and work with local law enforcement. And then there is a budget that we will be considered in a few weeks that includes $140 million for SROs. Now, if some of these safety protocols fail and a school is not compliant with them, like having their doors locked, then one of the requirements of the bill is if you're not locking your doors and do not have a secure perimeter in that school, then you would be required to have an SRO. Now, what has been recently announced by the governor, and the proposal will be in the budget, is that those SROs will be paid for with state funds. In the original version of this, that would have been local funds. So we're going to pay for that at the state level, making it much easier for every school to have an SRO. I will say that the intent is that every school would have at least one SRO, but it is not the main crux of this bill. The main crux of this bill is a complete net over a school and a barrier surrounding that school so that the children inside are safe, and to have a Homeland Security officer that's working with public and private schools to evaluate that safety. There's a variety of things that can happen. For instance, there are some schools that have very large glass windows. There needs to be a plan in place on how to make sure if they look great in a school, but if they have a well, Mr. Speaker, I think he's motioning. He doesn't want me to continue answering, but I'll stop, and I don't want to take any of his time. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, Representative Pearson.
I just want to be able to ask a couple of follow-up questions here because of a couple of concerns, including the school to prison pipeline. Is quick yes or no? I know it's loud. Do you know about the school to prison pipeline?
Lear Lambert.
Go ahead, sir, if you don't mind.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. In schools, when we turn them into prisons, when we institutionalize them, the consequences and the effects disproportionately harm children, particularly children of color. And I understand that after 14 years, the chairman is bringing forward this legislation that you believe will actually make schools safer in the wake of very tragic incidences. But I don't think that penalizing or advocating that our schools become more like prisons is the right solution. The idea that I think we really should think about is how do we prevent people with assault rifles from going into schools? And when you think about the SROs who would be at these schools, are you saying that children will go to school and these resource officers will have AR-15s on them, or will they have handguns, which compared to how many rounds an AR-15 could shoot and to kill people would be no match. This is a part of what I think is a symptomatic problem of really not addressing root causes. The root cause that each of us have to address is this gun violence epidemic due to the proliferation of guns. We don't need a solution that says, if you don't lock a door, get someone with a gun. We need a solution that says people shouldn't be going to schools and to houses and to neighborhoods with weapons of war. I would argue, and I'm really curious, and I'll leave you with a few questions here toward the end. And I appreciate what one of the representatives said, that we don't want gun battles at schoolhouses. And what's deeply concerning is there's no clarification about what type of training people would get. What happens when one of these school resource officers accidentally kills an innocent kid? What happens when we have people who we have given the authority to actually harm our children, to actually harm our teachers, this type of power? It isn't having more contracts with gun owners, right, to be able to provide guns to school resource officers. It's to prevent people who shouldn't have guns through red flag laws, through storage protection, from ever getting access to our schools and communities.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those in the gallery, please don't drop stuff. While Representative Pearson was speaking, someone almost hit him with the sign. So please just, you're here, we want to hear from you, but please don't drop things on people. So I just noticed as he was speaking, it almost got him there. It's just a sign, but I don't want that to happen. To your speech, I will say this. This doesn't create a prison for schools. It creates a fortress. A prison is designed to keep people in. A fortress throughout all human history is designed to keep danger out and to keep those that are within safe. This does create safety for our schools. You may not like that that's necessary, but in this dangerous world that we live in, it is obvious that we have to make sure that at least somewhere in this state, there is a place that children can go and learn in peace and be safe. It absolutely does help create a fortress around our children, but I'm not sure if you understand the distinction between prison and fortress, but I hope that helps, because a prison keeps people in, a fortress keeps people out and keeps people safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I just want to say thank you for providing measures that do provide a deterrent to these evil, wicked, and godless people that would want to harm our children. I agree with what the leader said, that we must provide a deterrent and security for our children. And I would hope that all my colleagues here on the floor would join me in supporting this, and remember that those good men and women, those school resource officers that our sheriff's departments and our cities put in the schools today, they love those children. And they do not treat them like prisoners. They treat them like loved ones. And I think that's important to remember. So I commend you all for this work, and thank you so much.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if anybody else got questions, but I'll end on this. Isn't it nice to have civil debate? This is what constitutional government is all about. The give and take, the understanding as we move through a process. This is a process we're moving forward. And that's the whole point of why we are here. Let me just end on this. Mr. Speaker, if I'm out of line, you can call me. I had 11 students in my classroom, in my office the other day. And I asked them, I says, they were 11th and 12th graders. I says, tell me what we need to do. It's your generation. Expecting some of the same, you know what they told me? They said that we need to restore moral values in our country. We need to restore the sanctity of our homes. And we need to pray before it happens and not wait till after it happens. That came from the mouth of school children. And so that's what we're all here about, to do with the best thing for our young people. We all have a heart for young people. We just have to be able to get to a process where we're all working together. With that, Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent bill here moving forward, and I renew my motion.
Thank you. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Representative Travis calls previous question. Any objection? We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 75, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on the bill. All those in favor of House Bill 322 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway, is that a yes? Yes. All right. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, 4 nays.
House Bill 322, and received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection to the most recent series table. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have many guests with us today, and I would like them to see some of these bills that provide for real solutions. With that, I would make a motion that we take up item number 29, House Bill 1051, out of order.
Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk,
Yeah, call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1051 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to individuals authorized to complete certificates of need. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0672.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute conform to the Senate Bill 672, properly second without objection, so ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 672 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 672 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what this bill wants to do is restructure the way that certificate of need is issued for people who present in emergency rooms requiring psychiatric care. Whenever we have people who come to our regular hospitals and present, there is a system which has been damaged by the lack of trained professionals in the system and the bureaucracy that is there in place today. What we've done is we've worked with the Tennessee Psychiatric Association, Tennessee Hospital Association, the TMA, to come up with a new way for people to, when they present, to be seen faster, so that whether or not we can get them into a psychiatric facility and get them taken care of as quickly as possible. And with that, sir, I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but I did want to make note that our former colleague, Mike Stewart, is in the building. So if you make him feel welcome again, we appreciate him being here.
Anyone wishing to be recognized for discussion? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the bill earlier, you know, I had things to say about that, but this kind of like the leader said, we're rolling out, you know, these, I guess, pain medication for the cancer. You know, the first bill was about school security. You know, we got schools in our state. They also have schools in other countries. We've got mental health problems in our state. There's mental health problems in other countries around the world. But the other countries around the world don't seem to have what we have. Mass killings, mass shootings. So again, I applaud the previous sponsors for their work. It's taken a step forward. I applaud this sponsor for his work. It's taken a step forward, but we continue to give aspirin for the cancer. Let's cut the cancer out. We know what the problem is. We know it's weapons of mass killing. It's AR-15s, it's AK-47s going into our schools.
Representative Mitchell, this bill is about, Representative Mitchell, you're out of order. Hang on one second, Representative Mitchell, you are out of order. This bill is about mental health. You can continue talking. Would you like to talk about the bill on the subject? Yes or no, please? Okay, you are recognized to talk about the bill that's before us. Representative Mitchell, you are recognized.
Mr. Sponsor, I heard this bill in multiple committees, and I have problems with it, but this bill was presented by your leader before you walked up there as one of the solutions to the violence going on in our society. Was that true?
Chairman Vaughn.
Representative, to be honest with you, I was in transit coming to the podium, and I can't recall. There was hubbub around me. I cannot recall. I apologize to you, sir.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Well, I'm pretty sure maybe the speaker heard him introduce this as one of the solutions to the violence and the deaths in our schools and our society, because that's what I heard. So I think what I was saying was pretty germane to this issue. Either we're going to let people speak and address the issue. I take the leader at his word. He said this is the first step of many other things we're going forward to do. But I just want everybody to know we're giving aspirin to the cancer. We've got to address the cancer at some point. So he can cut off my mic over and over and over again. But I'm not going to shut up until we stop kids from being murdered in their schools.
Members, you all voted on the House rules. The House rules say when the bill is before us, we stay on the topic of the bill. That is what you do. The conversation surrounds the legislation. That's been history in this place for as long as we've been here. That is the rule. You know that's the rule. You know that's how we have done it. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose, please? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry. Staying on the bill sometimes requires placing comments in context, and that sometimes requires a little leeway from the speaker. That's been tradition. That's been the common practice. So I would suggest, sir, that we may want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Representative Hardaway, I think you could see on the previous conversations, leeway was granted for them to make their point on previous legislation. But this legislation is dealing with mental health. Leader Camper? No, he's Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess following along with that, that's my problem again. It says as when someone comes to the hospital, and we need to be addressing these mental health problems before somebody ends up at a hospital. We could have expanded Medicaid 10 years ago, and 300 to 400,000 Tennesseans would have had mental health care and perhaps gotten the care they need so they don't end up at the hospital. I appreciate what you're doing here, but I do believe that it is a Band-Aid. There is so much more we can do and we have not done. And again, it goes back to being preventative, to getting them care before they're at the hospital doors. There are things we can do like expanding Medicaid that would give mental health care to more than 300,000 Tennesseans. I see what you're doing and I appreciate that. I'll use my colleague's analogy. It's an aspirin for cancer. And thank you for, it's nice to get called on so much today. I'm glad the crowd is here.
All right, you are listening to that debate as it does continue there in the Tennessee House. They are discussing a variety of issues here, but I do want to go over some of the basics of why we're watching this, just in case you are just joining us. We did see protests earlier on today there at the Tennessee Capitol as the question looms about whether 3 Democratic lawmakers will be expelled from the House here. They began voting on various topics here around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. One of them is about whether to expel those 3 members who Republicans say acted disorderly during a hearing. A group of progressive faith leaders demonstrated at the Capitol yesterday in advance of this vote, advocating for tighter gun control and for lawmakers to vote against expelling those members, dubbed by supporters as the Tennessee Three. They are Representatives Gloria Johnson of Knoxville, Justin Pearson of Memphis, and Justin Jones of Nashville. Republican leaders accused them of breaking House rules last week when they used a bullhorn to join in with anti-gun violence protesters during the House floor session. Lawmakers filed resolutions to remove the three members from their positions for what they call, quote, disorderly behavior. Now, you are looking to the top right-hand side of your screen, a live image from Paris as protesters are disrupting traffic there. Police firing clouds of tear gas in other French cities as well as people march in a new round of strikes and nationwide demonstrations that are seeking to get the French president to scrap pension reforms that have ignited here a month-long protest. Again, we were seeing fires set and things of that nature, so we'll keep an eye on that image and bring you the latest. For now, let's head to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll stick with your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Let's pop the audio back up there in Nashville inside the Tennessee State House as that debate does continue.
On us and this community. Will this bill, when we find that there's a tremendous amount, we already know that there is a tremendous amount of hurt, mental hurt, people are anguished and need help. When we find the numbers are verified and they're very large, will this allow us to develop more institutions specifically for mental health care? That's what I'd like to know.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Shelby County, my friend, my representative from Hardeman County. We know firsthand about the reduction in size of mental health facilities as the Western Mental Health Institute was greatly reduced in scope and size. That was anchored in my hometown of Bolivar, Tennessee. This bill does not address, it has no funding mechanism with regards to how we build more facilities to treat these folks. What this bill does is it attempts to reduce the bureaucracy that keeps people waiting for the proper personnel to show up to be able to get them out of a regular hospital emergency room and into a mental facility that has capacity as soon as possible. Again, because of the way that the healthcare professional, and particularly mental health care professional shortages that we've seen around the state, what this does is this allows for a combination of different certifications of people who can see them and gives us more options for those folks when they present to a normal hospital to be able to get them that care that they're looking for sooner. So what I know that This is a streamlining bill, sir, and it's one that is a very important area, especially considering today.
Representative Towns.
Speaker, thank you, and thank you for that, Mr. Representative, and I appreciate that. However, we are hemorrhaging, and we need to look at developing a comprehensive package where we can address the mental illness in our state. The problems are only getting worse. I read some statistics just this week about the suicide rate of our young people increasing. In the Black community, off the charts, never before. You're old enough to remember when we had those institutions, and there were lower amounts of these infractions that happened with citizen police officers because we had the real care. And if we're not developing a system of really caring for them mentally, okay, or our people and whomever and wherever it is, we're not doing enough. Obviously, I don't want to see a person in crisis having a prolonged, protracted type of time to be seen, but that's not all. That is not only what they need. They need more care. They need more care, and they need it prior to even that, what we're talking about. This may help, but we need to look at, and we have money in Tennessee now. We need to look at what it is that we need and what we've done to help our people that are suffering mentally. So I would encourage us together, let's talk about it again and figure out what can we do, because the pop-up shop's not going to solve the problem. We need to have some institutions that delivered care to our citizens in a fashion that makes them whole again. If I was in crisis, I would want it. If you were in crisis, you would want it. And we know our people need it. So with that, that's what I'm going to encourage that we do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, sir. You and I find ourselves in an agreement with this, but as so often that this institution that we serve in, we're allowed, while there may be an entire spectrum of need out there, that we have to take it one bit at a time. And what this is a positive step forward that I hope that everyone in the chamber could support. Thank you, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you. And Chairman Vaughn, I think you probably know what we're going to talk about. You and I have spoken about this. 95% of this bill is really, really good. Chairman Williams talked about it, to streamline the process to where you have a mental illness in a hospital and you get a certificate of need, and you go to the mental facility, another certificate of need is issued. It's a trust and verified situation. The 5% that I do not like about this bill is that a certified psychiatrist by themselves can issue a certificate of need. One person can commit someone without verifying on the other end. I do not like that much power being on one person certifying someone without their consent. So I just wanted to put that on the record. It's just unfortunate. I'm not going to make perfect the enemy of good. So, but I wanted to put it on the record, Chairman, and you and I talked about it, and we share the same thing.
Chairman Vaughn.
To my colleague from Davidson County, you have been very consistent on this matter and this issue, and have made points to be pondered and considered, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Chairman Spicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for bringing this bill. In Murray County, we have a facility that sits...
All right, everyone, so you are listening once again, live, raw, and unfiltered inside the Tennessee State House in Nashville. They are discussing several issues, but a big one here is the vote, whether to expel 3 of the Democrats who Republicans say caused disorderly issues there inside of the House last week. So we will continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. But for now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, I will pop that audio back up. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to pop the audio back up as we listen in there in the Tennessee State House. We are waiting on that vote as to whether the House will choose to expel 3 Democrats. They are saying they were disorderly on the House floor during debate. Let's pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The ayes have it. Good. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation accomplishes 2 things. First, this bill adds a definition to clarify what school property is in 3913-114. And second, this bill adds student to the communicating a school threat part of the code. Currently, it only has the employee listed as one that can be charged for such threat. We're simply giving law enforcement another tool in their toolbox to help prevent students and deter threats to help troubled kids get the help they need. I renew my motion.
Chairman Grills renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my colleagues here and the people in the gallery and the people watching across the nation realize what is happening. This is a optical spectacle decision to offer these false solutions right before an expulsion vote when we are saying we want you to do something. And so this is a very political, calculated decision. And I hope that the people watching at home and the people
Jones,
watching around the world.
You need to stay on the bill, sir. I apologize, but you have to stay on the bill. If you'd like to ask questions to the sponsor on the piece of legislation, please do. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few bills ago, a member made a personal attack. Representative White saying, you've been here 2 months and I've been here 14 years. He was not gavelled down. But I want to respond by saying that I've only been here 2 months, but I've seen that what this body is doing is not.
All right, Representative Jones, you're off the bill. If you would like to stay on the bill, we can go back. But we're not going to do those types of statements on the floor. If you would like to talk to the sponsor about the piece of legislation, that is perfect, if that's what you like to do. So please keep it with the bill that's before us. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Grills, with this bill dealing with school threats, does it address the issue of mass shootings in schools?
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses the threats towards schools.
Representative Jones.
Does it mention mass shootings, which is the #1 threat that we're trying to address in this body right now? Does it address mass shootings that are targeting our schools and our students?
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It addresses all threats towards schools.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like we're just making bills to say we did something. So Representative Grills says it addresses all threats to schools. The threat that we need to be talking about are the mass shootings that have happened recently that have plagued our community. And so a bill that does not mention easy access to weapons of war, I don't think is addressing the threats to our schools. A bill that does not address the proliferation of guns in our communities is not addressing the threats to our schools. A bill that does not even mention these words is not really about the threats to our schools, but it's a PR move by the majority party. Thank you.
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for the record to show that this bill was filed back in February. This is not reactive. This is something that we've been working on with some of the folks back in my district since late last year. This is not something that we're just trying to score political points with. And with that, I renew my motion.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you were wanting to be recognized earlier? Nope, you pass. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, House Bill 1016, was filed in the House January 30th, early February in the Senate. If you want to talk about playing to the cameras, that's what just occurred. This bill was filed in January.
Stick to the bill, please. Very good. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've definitely been at schools that have had threats. That's absolutely happened. My concern is typically when there is a mass shooter, there is no threat. Once again, this is a very small measure that typically won't have effect on any of the school slaughters that we have seen. So I recognize that this is a bill that talks about the threats,
But I'm not aware of a school that's gotten a threat before a serious incident. And so I'm just not sure that this is going to cause any effect on what we're seeing happening.
Chairman Grills.
I renew my motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1016 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays 3, present not voting.
House Bill 1016, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. We'll be back. Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body to item 1. Item 1 on the calendar, House Joint Resolution 120.
Representative Darby, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll House Bill 120 to the next available calendar.
Without objection, roll to the next available calendar. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 859 by Representative Jernigan, relative to measures to curtail substance abuse. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
All right, so that debate does continue. As I mentioned, they are discussing and voting on several bills there in the Tennessee House. The big one that folks are waiting for is whether 3 Democrats will be expelled after Republicans say they caused disorderly conduct there inside of the House as protesters were there protesting anti-gun violence here. It is 11:49 on the East Coast and 8:49 on the West Coast. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll pop that audio back up as we do listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep an eye on the Tennessee House floor, but I do actually want to take you to a State Department briefing that is now underway here in D.C. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Can I start with Taiwan?
You can start with whatever you'd like.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I guess the Chinese reaction to the meeting yesterday between Speaker McCarthy and President Tsai. There is some warship sent to the Taiwan Strait. Do you have any assessment or any comment on what China has done in explicit reaction to this?
Let me say a couple things, Sean. First, without getting into the specifics, we have many channels to communicate with PRC counterparts, and we remain committed to maintaining open channels of communication as to prevent the risk of any kind of miscalculation. But broadly speaking, our channels, and we remain committed to maintaining open channels of communication as to prevent the risk of any kind of miscalculation. But broadly speaking, our channels, and we remain committed to maintaining open channels of communication as to prevent the risk of any kind of miscalculation.